Good evening. Welcome to the August regular Board of Education meeting. We are glad you are here. Before we begin, I would like to share a few reminders. Please keep the aisles clear during our meeting to allow members of the school system and sheriff's department to be able to move about. Also, except for when honoring the flag and our opening prayer if you choose, and when participating in the call to audience, please remain seated during our meeting. We hope to have a productive and efficient meeting, and your help is greatly appreciated. Also, a note from our safety director, Mr. Silverstein. He asked me to remind you that if you do leave the building, that someone else will be allowed to come in your place. So if you need to step out into the foyer to talk on the phone or whatever, please do that. But otherwise, if you do leave the building, there's somebody waiting to take that seat. So please be cognizant of that. And again, we thank you for being here today. At this time, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Good evening. Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Josie Barnhart. Here. Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Aki.
And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
All right, thank you very much. Again, just a reminder, we do need everyone seated, please. So we have some people standing at this point. Please find a seat. Again, gentlemen in the back with the shirt, the love shirt, please have a seat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. At this point, board members, I would entertain an approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford makes a motion. Second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Mason. Any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
I'd like to make a motion that we remove, or not remove, table item number, letter, under new business, the advanced placement classes until our September meeting.
Okay, we have a motion to table new business item B, advanced placement classes. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. We have a first and second. Discussion.
Yeah, I'm bringing this forward because Ms. Bradford had brought up the point last time that some of the people may be getting confused when we were talking about appeal hearing and a public hearing. And so I'm just thinking that until we get the hearing behind us about that is stemming from an advanced placement class, that we hold off discussion until we make that decision, and then we have a clear slate to talk about improvements or enhancements that we can make to our advanced placement class.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. And again, your motion is to table, not to...
Is to table until September.
Okay. Okay, anyone want to speak against that? No? Ms. Walker, you had your hand up?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree in the sense of I also don't understand why it should not under information or discussion. It could potentially be something actionable, and I'm not prepared for that because I don't really know what we're exactly getting into with this discussion. So that's why I seconded it. I would like to move it till September.
Okay. Any further discussion, board members? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please? Again, the motion is to table new business, item B, advanced placement classes until the September meeting, next month's meeting.
Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Mr. McManus.
Yes.
Ms. Mason.
No.
Ms. Bradford.
No.
And Mr. Wildebohr.
No. That passes, is defeated 4-3. With that said, we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the, let's do it by roll again, please.
Ms. Craybill.
No.
Ms. Walker.
No.
Mr. McManus.
No.
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr.
Yes.
And Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Passes 4-3. Thank you, board members. We will carry on at this point with our invocation. We are pleased to have Pastor William Urena from the Hispanic Church at Global River, and he will be coming forth to do the invocation. Thank you for being here tonight, Pastor.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come and open the meeting in prayer. I'm a pastor, and I would like to read some scriptures before I pray. I'm going to read Psalm 24. It says, "The earth is the Lord and everything in it. The world and all his people belong to him. For he laid the earth foundation on the seas and built it on the ocean depth. Who may climb the mountains of the Lord? Who may stand in his holy place? Only those whose hands and hearts are pure, who do not worship idols and never tell lies. They will receive the Lord's blessing and have a right relationship with God, their Savior. Such people may seek you and worship you in your presence, O God of Jacob. Open up ancient gates, open up ancient doors, and let the King of glory enter. Who is the King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord invisible in battle. Open up ancient gates, open up ancient doors, and let the King of glory enter. Who is the King of glory? The Lord of heaven, the Lord of heaven armies. He is the King of glory." That's the word of the Lord, and I want to read Proverbs 28, verse 2. Or part of the verse 2 says, "When there is moral rot within the nation, the government topples easily." When there is moral rot within the nation, its government topples easily. And I just want to pray a prayer today that the Lord has put in my heart. So I pray, Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, that we confess your word this day concerning our children as they pursue their education and training at school. Heavenly Father, you are effectually at work in them, create within them the power and desire to please you. They are the head and not the tail. They are above and not beneath. And we pray that our children will find favor, good understanding, and high esteem in the sight of God and the teachers and the classmates. And I ask you, Lord, to give our children wisdom and understanding as knowledge and present it to them as in all fields and studies. Heavenly Father, we thank you that our children have divine protection since they dwell in the secret place of the Most High. And I want to add to you, brothers and sisters, that secret place is in God's heart. I have a grandson, and I love him to death. And I can tell you that anyone who will harm my child, my grandson, is basically doing to me. So the Lord in Matthew 18, verse 5 and 6 says, "And anyone who welcomes a little child like this one in my behalf is welcoming me. But if you cause one of these little ones who trust in me to fall into sin, it would be better for you to have a large millstone tied around your neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea." That is the word of the Lord, and that is a very strong word. I'm not here to please or to tell you what to do or what not to do, but I take the word of God very seriously as a pastor, and that's how I live my life. Our children trust and find their refuge. We pray that our children trust and find their refuge in you and are protected by your love. They will, in no way, they will and shall not be led astray by philosophies of men and teaching that is contrary to the truth of the Lord. In no way our children should be led astray by teaching that is contrary to the truth of the Lord. So, Heavenly Father, you are the shield and the buckler. Protect them, Lord, from any attacks or threats. We pray that the teachers of our children will be godly men and women of integrity. So keep our teachers understanding hearts and wisdom in order that they may walk in the ways and piety and virtue, revering your holy name. So, Father God, I just thank you for this great evening, these people, Lord, who are representing, Father God, of the future of our country. We pray for our future children, youth, and little kids. Father God, protection for them. They are our future. And we ask you that you lead them, Lord, by the Holy Spirit. You be the one protecting and guiding our children through these leaders, Father. And we thank you. And we pray in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
We are going to skip over the national anthem at this time. So we do ask, Ms. Barnhart, if you lead the pledge.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. At this time, we will move ahead with our administrative introductions.
We didn't do approval of the minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over approval of minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Well, that sounded like a second, but I don't think that'll count. We have a second. Okay, I'll second it. Any discussion?
I just had a
Graybill?
question about the minutes were the minutes from February 7th, the ones that are supposed to be in there?
Spooey?
It says, we have 7/11, 2023, which was fine, and then the minutes from 2007, the February regular meeting, did we skip that somehow? Or is that was February 7th?
2003.
2023.
Yeah, they're there.
I know that they're there. Did we mean for them to be there? Yes. Okay, then I do have a comment there. If you go down to section 13, where we're talking about letter C, it's on page 8 of them. In the last little paragraph where it says, Ms. Mason, Board Member Melissa Mason inquires about what contributed to the decreases. Ms. Varnum shares that the major component is. And it doesn't say what it is. So I'm just thinking that might have been just left off when you. Okay. So other than that, if we can just add in what it is, then I'm good with it.
Okay, very good. We have a first and second. Is there any other discussion, board members? If not, all in favor of approving the minutes, please signify with that correction or addition, excuse me. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Carries 7-0. Do we have administrative? Yes, okay. Administrative introductions, please.
Yeah, I won't be singing that for you tonight. I wanted to say good evening to everybody. I'm sorry. I want to introduce two of our new staff members tonight. One is Mr. Sal Cardella. Mr. Cardella comes with us as the Chief Communications Officer. I'd like him to have a chance to say hello.
Good evening, everybody. I'm truly excited about being part of the team and really looking forward to contributing my experience to our goals. Thank you.
Heck of a first day. And then I'd also like to introduce Ms. Brianna Ayers. Ms. Ayers is the new assistant principal at Ashley High School. Ms. Ayers has been a counselor at Ashley for the past 7 years and got her master's degree from UNCW. We are so excited to have you here.
Just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity and that I'm really excited to move into this new role at Ashley.
Thank you for being here. Welcome and welcome. It's great to have you both as part of the team. At this point, we will go on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust?
Today's the first day of our Restart Schools as we eagerly welcome students back to our Restart Schools at Snipes Academy of Arts and Design and Rachel Freeman School of Engineering. There's much to be excited about. We're filled with joy as we embark on a new chapter of learning and growth supported by our dedicated staff, enthusiastic students, and caring families. Our primary goal is to ensure that 90% of our students read on grade level by third grade, and we are determined to achieve this milestone. Additionally, the district remains committed to using our strategic plan as a guiding compass throughout this journey. New Hanover County Schools had the privilege of hosting Senator Tom Tillis for an essential school safety and adolescent mental health roundtable alongside other esteemed leaders from the New Hanover County government in North Carolina. We engaged in meaningful discussions on how the federal government can collaborate with mental health professionals, educators, law enforcement, parents, and communities. The focus was on enhancing the delivery of mental health care services, fostering better integration of physical and mental health care, and implementing measures to prevent violence in our children's schools. If your child needs a new community bus stop or were given a stop as an exception, please make transportation requests at least 3 weeks before the first day of school. August 7th is the deadline for traditional schools, and August 15th is the deadline for our pre-K schools. Families can contact their school's main office to request a bus stop. Bus stop requests submitted after the deadline will not be processed until 2 weeks after the start of the school year. Our dedicated staff will return to our buildings later this month, gearing up to create a safe and engaging learning environment for our students. We are eagerly looking forward to the 23-24 school year. We are equally thrilled to welcome back our students to our traditional schools. Together, we will embark on a learning growth and collaboration of journeys, ensuring a successful and rewarding academic experience for all. The 23-24 school year holds great promise as we welcome our year-round students, and they've already started. We anticipate a wealth of opportunity, growth, collaboration, and academic achievement. This concludes my update.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. Appreciate that. We'll carry on with my brief report. I will share a brief chairman's report at this time. First, I hope everyone is enjoying the summer and getting ready for a fantastic 2023-24 school year. We were fortunate enough to be able to attend the New Hanover County Schools Leadership Retreat at Murray Middle School, joining with most of the board and school level and district level leaders to plan and prepare for the coming school year. 2 days very well spent. It was wonderful to spend time with our district and school level leaders, and they are exceptional. So that was a very, very good time. The Board of Education worked well together last week as we discussed Board of Education workshops and then worked together on human resources matters in closed session. The board also met to discuss and plan for today's agenda at the agenda review meeting last week. As previously mentioned, we welcome our new Chief Officer of Communications, Sal Cadella, and he and I have been working to finalize the roundtable discussion set for August 15th. It will focus on our strategic plan, and there will be more information coming out very soon. And finally, at the press conference held immediately before our meeting today, we announced that on July 27, 2023, a settlement agreement and release of claims was fully executed by the parties in John Doe's 1 through 14 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, case number 19 CVS 2745 in the New Hanover County Superior Court. As previously reported, the board agreed to pay the plaintiffs a sum of $5.75 million and to make several non-monetary commitments in exchange for the dismissal of the claims against the board and release of any and all past, present, and future claims. That ends my report. We are now going to move into our closed session. No, we're not. I'm getting ahead of myself again. We're going to be moving into the call to audience. Reminder to everyone, we'll have a 60-minute call to audience, which is a general call to audience. We'll follow that with a special edition call to audience, and that will be a 30-minute. So we'll have a 90-minute block of time. I would ask, and I know people are going to be very happy and cheer for, whatever anyone says, which is fine. But if someone's standing at the podium, please be respectful of them and let them begin their time to speak. That way, everyone will be heard. I think that's only fair to everyone. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Bradford?
Good evening. Tonight, we've got two lists, and if somebody's not in the room, I'm going to pick you up back at the end of the first list and the end of the second list. So if you have somebody who's not here yet, I'm going to call the name. If they're not in the building, we've had traffic issues, we've had rain, so nobody panic. We're going to get to everyone. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize now. With a label that could be attached to me as being a dyslexic, pronouncing names is somewhat challenging for me, and I appreciate this opportunity that Chairman Wildeboer gives me to practice, and I will do my best to get your names right. And if you don't know, then on these boards, all the names are listed so you can see where you fall. If you don't know the person in front of you or behind you, just count off on your fingers so that you're prepared so you don't have to hear me through the crowd. Number 1, Audrey Toole.
Thank you, Chairman Wildeboer and fellow board members for taking this matter up. I want to begin with a quote from Nobel Peace Prize laureate Andrei Sakharov. Intellectual freedom is essential. Freedom to obtain and dispute information. Freedom for open-minded and unfearing debate. And freedom from pressure by officialdom and prejudices. Such freedom of thought is the only guarantee against an infection of people by mass myths, which, in the hands of treacherous hypocrites and demagogues, can be transformed into bloody dictatorship. As the product of a public school education, I was compelled to speak this evening when I became aware of the one-sided anti-American education in this AP language course. I attended Mooresville Graded School District, and just 4 short years ago, I was sitting in a high school classroom. I'm beyond thankful for the education I received and the educators that taught me how to think, not what to think. This phenomenal educational background of critical thinking and in-depth analysis is ultimately what enabled me to enter the political arena and fulfill my passion for leadership at UNCW. After all, a true education is being equipped with the tools and skills to not only learn, but debate and reason with contradictory ideas. I wish I could stand here and proclaim these students in this course are scholars of an effective education, but that simply is not the case. And these students are now victims of indoctrination and viewpoint discrimination. My reason for speaking today is not solely on this one specific book, but yet on the course curriculum as a whole. The pieces of literature mandated by the curriculum are all influenced by individuals who do not recognize the gift it is of being an American. Our founding fathers knew the importance of valuing and constitutionally protecting dissenting ideas. I encourage you to ask any scholar, and they will tell you an effective education can only be accomplished by evaluating different opinions and viewpoints and the discovering of strength and flaws within each. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of a true education." Thank you.
Melissa Gott. We'll pick her back up. Stephanie Fortunato.
Good evening, board members and ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Reading is critical to democracy. That is especially true when children read that they are endowed by their Creator with unalienable rights. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the governed. President Obama once said, "Elections have consequences." On November 8th, 2022, this board became only one of 17 county BOEs to be flipped in the entire United States, and it derives its just powers from those who worked to elect them. Abraham Lincoln called the Declaration of Independence a rebuke and a stumbling block to tyranny and oppression. Its defining concept that all men are created equal continues to inspire people around the world to fight for freedom and equality. The author of the book stamps policy proposals from defunding the police to restricting free speech are alarming. Mr. Kendi is an open advocate for race-based discrimination, arguing that the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. Even worse, he has proposed a federal department wholly unaccountable to voters with the power to veto any law at any level of government not fitting his brand of discrimination, a policy that verges on totalitarianism. His core thesis, that racism is the single self-evident cause of racial differences in everything from school grades to incarceration rates and to income, reiterates critical race theory's basic concepts. Mercifully, his so-called anti-racist discrimination remains deeply unpopular with voters. Despite the recent push to replace equality with equity, Americans still support the system of individual freedom, equality under the law, and colorblind public policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Kahaney. Chris Kahaney. I don't see him.
Chris Kahaney.
Chris Sutton.
I believe our call to audience system is a very important part of our Board of Education. It allows the minority voice to be heard and allows the community to either support or dissent against a decision being made by the board. We used to have an open list for call to audience, unlimited signups with the first 30 guaranteed to speak. If someone didn't show up, then an alternate who signed up and showed up would still be allowed to speak. A board member could make a motion to hear the entire list if they felt it was necessary. Without a board vote occurring, a prior chairperson changed the process and no longer allowed extra signups. The signups closed after 30 names were submitted. 3 months ago, our call to audience was switched to a trial lottery system where we have to get lucky to address this board. Not only was the lottery system implemented, this board also knocked down the number of speaking spots from 30 to just 20 while at the same time talking about wanting to hear more from the community. This board acted like they were doing the community a favor by adding 15 more spots to speakers tonight, even though 10 of those spots were just taken away from us 3 months ago. The 3-month trial is over, which means we revert back to the old call to audience procedure unless a discussion and vote occurs to extend this trial. I'm asking for y'all to kill the lottery system and seek better options. My suggestion would be splitting the call to audience time between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and have a teacher voice section added to the agenda if you really wanted teachers to be able to voice their opinions without having to battle the rest of the community for speaking spots. Lastly, I believe the list should be open-ended like it was decades prior. If a board member who doesn't believe extra call to audience is productive, then vote against allowing everyone to speak if a fellow board member makes a motion. We used to be allowed in this building at 4 p.m. I've done this for close to 5 years now. We used to be allowed in at 4 p.m. Now, even in 100-degree weather, even in a torrential downpour, we are keeping even our senior citizens outside. Dead serious, I watched a senior citizen almost get blown away like a sailboat while trying to hold on to their umbrella a little bit ago. That's not cool. Thank you.
Mr. Sutton.
I apologize, I don't have much of a voice tonight, but I still wanted to speak. I don't have anything prepared, but I did just return from a summit where I was protested by Youth Communist League. I didn't even know there was such a thing still around. This is what our youth is being molded into today, and it's books like this that's helping this. I'm not asking to ban books. I think there's appropriate time and appropriate place for everything to be discussed. I'm asking you to guard our youth as they get those skills so they can disseminate and discern. My 16-year-old, she's not even 16 yet. She can't go get fake eyelashes until she's 16. But these kids are being able to see pornographic material in elementary school, middle school, and high school. It's unacceptable. They have not developed those skills to know what's right, wrong, what's appropriate, what's not inappropriate. And it's up to us to guard them and show them the way. And right now it seems like everything goes. Be careful what we end up with. We end up with a whole society of people with no morals, that anything goes. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caitlin Harris Walker.
And a quick reminder, if everyone, she's coming up, that's why she's happy. Perfect.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Caitlin Harris Walker, and I am a prior student of the New Hanover County public school system. And while I no longer reside here in New Hanover County, my parents, my family, and my 9-year-old niece does. And it's for her, her classmates, and all students that I stand here today to share with you my thoughts as a former student. The reality is, literature is a reflection of our culture, our history, and society. It's a window into unfamiliar places, to opposing and sometimes controversial perspectives. In a society that supposedly values freedom of speech and expression, the act of censorship and literary restrictions stands as a threat to the core of democratic values. Repressing the educational curriculum, no matter how well-intended, undermines intellectual freedom, stifles open discourse, and hampers the growth of well-informed, diverse, and tolerant society, which begins at the younger generations. No worries. History has shown us time and time again that censorship in any form leads to the destruction of freedom and democratic values. Systematically removing certain literature would deprive our children of the opportunity to engage in healthy debates and thoughtful discussions. Changing the literary curriculum to not challenge mainstream viewpoints risks cultivating a society that's narrow-minded, intolerant, and absent of diversity and inclusion. Instead of listening to the voice of a few outraged parents who never even took the time to read the book, let's listen to the teachers who dedicate their career to helping our children excel. The teachers who spend years in higher education to better serve your children. Let's work together to make a difference for our children's lives.
If we could get word out, I just got a message that Melissa Gott, who was on the call, and Chris Caney are both outside trying to get in. So if someone would allow them in so they can speak, please.
Is Mike Harnett here?
I know, but they're going to be allowed to come in.
There's two seats here. There's a seat there. There's a seat there.
Chuck has them outside, and at the end of the list, when
Okay.
Ms. Bradford calls her name, we're going to bring them in.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks, sir.
All right, Louis Bernstein, are you here? Yes, you are. How'd you feel that, Jim?
So I'm here to share my perspectives on potential censorship in advanced placement or AP classes. I am a parent of 2 rising seniors at Ashley High School. One of those students took AP Lang at Ashley last year, taught by Kelly Kidwell. I'm here to support Ms. Kidwell's ability to make appropriate choices for content in the AP Lang class, the Ashley High School MTAC, and the district level MTAC. My student elected to take AP Lang. All AP courses are optional. AP is an international program created by the College Board to offer university-level curricula and examinations to high school students. Quoting from the AP website, parents do not define which college-level topics are suitable within AP courses. AP course and exam materials are crafted by committees of professors and other expert educators in each field. Prior to the start of the school year, the syllabus and materials used in Ashley's AP Lang course were approved by the AP. One small part of the class had most of the students studying the rhetoric and composition of the book stamped. One parent, out of dozens, objected to the use of this material in the class and wants it removed. Removing even a small part of the content of the AP Lang course could cause the AP to choose to invalidate the students' test scores and take away the college credit they earned by passing the nationwide AP Lang exam. Censoring or removing this book would affect dozens of students, mine included. If the board decides to remove the book from AP Lang curriculum or the school system, it will send the following messages, whether those messages were intended or not. The board wants to jeopardize the accreditation of the AP Lang class offered at Ashley High School and the potential college credits earned by the student in Kelly Kidwell's outstanding college-level class. The board does not trust, respect, or value the AP Lang teacher, Kelly Kidwell. The board does not trust, respect, or value the high school MTAC that unanimously agreed the book was used appropriately.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Ready to start, sir?
Good evening. I've taken the time to read about the book Stamped. I've reviewed it, and I completely and wholeheartedly agree with Katie Gates. I hope you take the time to thoroughly review it and make the rightful and biblical decision to remove it from our schools. At this moment, I'd like to recommend some other books for our public schools. I'd like to recommend this, the King James Bible. I'd like to recommend Why Do We Need Government in the First Place? What Every American Needs to Know by Dr. Christine McMathers. I'd like to recommend Young, Conservative, and Why It's Smart to Be Like Us by Young America. I'd like to recommend Reasons to Vote for Democrats by Michael J. Knowles. And I would like to recommend the popular children's book series, Turtle Twins. The books have sold over 4 million copies here in the USA alone, and they can teach children about economics, freedom, among a plethora of other things. I also would like to advocate you to vote against the new call to audience lottery system. It just is completely complicated, and it just wouldn't work. Please take the time to review all of these matters and listen to the concerns of the people. Let's go, Brent. Thank you.
I just have the first name, Hazel.
Hazel? Here she comes. Here she comes.
Hello, my name is Hazel. I am in 10th grade, and I would say that I am an active reader. I love reading and learning about new concepts in the world around me. As we all know, analyzing and discussing literature helps us form critical thinking skills, which are necessary skills for success in life. These discussions are a necessary part of my education, and I would hope that this will not be taken away because someone is threatened by a book. The entire concept of book banning is quite confusing to me, and it does not make very much sense. If you do not like a book, then do not read it. But it is important to challenge yourself and learn about others' perspectives and views. I believe challenging ourselves and learning about our community and the world is a foundational part of public education. Public education is exactly what it says, education for the public. So we must represent the entire public. When we ban a book that speaks for some members of our community, we silence their voice. I personally believe that all voices should be heard and valued. Learning about others' perspectives and recognizing the fundamental divides in our society helps us to come together and solve these problems. That is why we need this book and other books like it. Books like Stamped challenge us to have a better understanding of our world. Even if we don't agree with what the book is saying, we gain knowledge and learn how to defend our opinions. If you are upset about a book that discusses racism, then you should ask yourself why. This book does not scare me, it challenges me and allows me to think. Please do not deny me and my classmates a quality education because someone is afraid of a book.
What is it like to have a foundation so shaky that a book can threaten to erode it? I'm secure in my worldview. Opposing views are not a threat to my foundation because it's built on truth. It is solid and strong, like a rock. I can defend my opinions with relative ease. And when new information comes along, I'm not afraid to change my mind because my foundation is strong enough to withstand change. I'm also confident in my parenting. My children are free to read whatever book they choose. We embrace learning about ideologies that differ from our own. We wrestle with complex concepts and seek understanding as to why others believe differently. We use that understanding to strengthen our own foundation, not erode it. I'm confident in my relationships with my children. They come to me to discuss any topic. They know they are safe, and when they come across something that differs from our foundational beliefs, we discuss it. We are not afraid. This is how my children learn to think critically and how to defend what they believe. My job as a parent is not to control my children, but to guide them, to help them build a foundation that is strong and built on truth and wisdom so that they can withstand challenges without collapsing or losing their way. Unlike the man who built his home on sand that can easily be washed away by opposing views, my foundation is built on rock. My foundation provides my children freedom to read without fear. I feel sad for the parent who is afraid, whose foundation is so shaky it can be eroded by a single book, a book her child never even read. Some of our own board members cannot even be honest about their intent to ban books because their foundation shakes when confronted with truth. Our children and community will not be chained by one parent's fear. Instead, we say, let freedom read.
Is Beverly Sells here? I think so. Dorian, is this you? No last name?
The North Carolina NAACP, as well as the New Hanover County NAACP, is calling on an immediate reconsideration and halt on the banning of the book titled Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You from school libraries and classroom use. Holding a hearing on a historically and culturally relevant text is censorship based on racism and politics. Stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You has been reviewed and approved by the New Hanover County Board of Education District Media and Technology Advisory Committee, which is a makeup of paid professionals for the county. Yet the district has an elected board that is politicizing a book. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy that one parent made one complaint on a book, and that's all it took for this to come to this. There are so many other issues in our school district, but this issue has a hearing, has people coming out the woodworks. This is crazy to me. Like, we should be focusing on getting real issues solved. And the fact that I have to come here and read a statement by one of the oldest organizations in the country, from our state chair, Deborah Dix Maxwell, and our local chair, LaRon Montgomery, is absolutely crazy. We should be focusing on bringing up our children no matter where they come from, but instead, a book with a complaint from one parent whose child does not have to read the book, the government body wants to ban the book for everybody. That is a total waste of time and government tax dollars.
Marlena?
As a former instructional materials writer and high school special education English teacher, I oppose book bans. Stamped is a scholastic book. It's been reviewed by academic professionals and grade leveled for ages 12 through 18 readers. Certainly not too advanced for an AP class. 5 points. A rational appeal to an irrational idea. 1, diversity of thought, of ideas, of other opinions and perspectives different from our own. If we only allow our children to read and hear ideas that we agree with, we give them a one-sided view of the world and eliminate opportunities for them to analyze and debate other viewpoints and to be creative and innovative, cornerstones of American individualism and exceptionalism. 2, rights. Parents have the right to contact their child's teachers and let them know that they don't want their child to read a particular book. A teacher will bend over backwards to accommodate a parent's wishes, as was done in this case, but other parents also have rights. They may want their child to read that book, and their child should not be banned from doing so. 3, precedent. By allowing one parent to ban a book for everyone, you set a dangerous precedent. Another parent might request a ban of a book that you would like your child to read, such as the ones that the young man held up previously. Banning books opens a Pandora's box. 4, student readers. Many students these days don't like to read books. They would rather read text messages and posts on social media. We all know that kids, especially teens, like to test our boundaries. But putting a banned book label on it will make it more appealing to students because it becomes forbidden fruit. 5, the Constitution. The First Amendment protects freedom of speech and freedom
Thank
of
you,
the
Ms.
press.
Barney. Your
Book
time is
bans,
up.
therefore, are inherently
Thank you. Your time is up.
unconstitutional. Banning a book makes the county and the school board, as well as the requesting parent, vulnerable to legal challenges.
Thank you for all you have attained for our children. Our children are a heritage from the Lord. Good leadership is built on love and truth. The education of our children must be truth to both discern and walk in truth as adults. We protect our children from developmentally inappropriate actions. There is a reason movies are rated for children, why you must be 16 to get a driver's license and 17 to join the military. The enemy is coming after our children. You were elected to restore conservative values, to protect our children and parental rights,
Order, please.
to remove anti-American viewpoints, critical race theory, and sexual grooming from the curricula, to restore physical and mental safety, and to focus on reading, writing, math, and civics with a quality curricula to support academic growth. Jesus warned, "Take heed, no man deceive you. Judgment is waiting for those who mock truth. Be careful that you not corrupt one of these little ones. It would be better for him to have a heavy boulder tied around his neck and be hurled into the deepest sea than to face the punishment he deserves." Books purposing to indoctrinate our children have no place in our schools. Common sense is no longer common. I pray in Jesus' name, you choose the narrow path that leads to life for our children, that you honor God's holy instructions, guarding your life with his revelation truth. Jesus, ignite our schools with your light and your truth. Your kingdom come. Amen.
I'm going to remind everyone at this time, we are going to have order in this room. If we cannot do that, then we will have to ask people to leave. I do not want to do that, but we do need to have order. Thank you. Sorry about that, Speaker. You can continue.
I teach AP English Literature at Ashley. My pass rate this year was 92.7%. In 22 years, I have taught every secondary ELA course, including 9 years of AP English Language Composition and 6 years of college freshman composition. I have a bachelor's degree, 2 master's degree, and am a national board certified teacher. I would say that I probably know a few things about selecting texts that are appropriate. I sat on the school level MTAC committee, and I am satisfied that parents have a sufficient voice, as parents have opportunities to be heard by large panels of people, in addition to meetings with the teacher, principal, superintendent, and open comment sessions at all regular board meetings. In addition, policies 3200 and 3210 adequately function with two exceptions. First, a parent's complaint against a book should not be a moving target. The first complaint should be the only complaint carried through the process. It is incumbent upon the parent to do their homework before they file a complaint. Second, policies 3200 and 3210 cannot become a bag to swing around anyone's head. The Professional Code of Ethics for School Board members states that boards will, quote, render all decisions based on the available facts and independent judgment, and refuse to surrender to judgment to individuals or special interest groups, end quote. Elected officials should not be allowed to make a decision about removing a book or anything else based on partisan influences, and book bans should not be independent of the reviews and recommendations of school and district-based committees comprised of teachers from every department, admins, parents, students, community members, and media specialists. These committees are a balanced mix of educational experts and people who hold the community standard. It is unwise to ignore their expert testimony in your process. In my department, no student is forced to read a book. There are always alternatives. Banning books, restricting access removes First Amendment rights for students, parents, and teachers, and I will not support it.
Carrie Snook.
Okay, we'll come back. NC Case.
Good evening. Gonna need a lot of millstones. First of all, nobody's trying to ban a book. It's so egregious and exaggerated that it makes me sick. We're trying to communicate to everyone in the room and all of the parents and citizens and taxpayers of New Hanover County that, contrary to what some of the board members would like us to believe, based on what came barreling out of their mouths at the town hall, that critical race theory is not being taught or implemented from an ideological standpoint in New Hanover County. And I'm sorry, if anyone has a problem with what I'm about to say, then feel free to clap your hands louder, but it's patently false. Not only is critical race theory and its ideology and framework being pushed in a most pedagogical way, you're lying about it. Now, I'd like to understand why we don't have any copies of Thomas Sowell's book in any of our libraries. I mean, if we're talking about equity, right? But I would also like to remind you, and I feel like this needs to be said, because Sophic Solutions got it wrong, respectfully. Equity is not equality, and I think everyone needs to brush up on their definition of such. For the AP language course, the college board says that students should challenge their readings and persuade others through their own writing. But I'm not sure that Ms. Kidwell encourages that critical analysis because there's a lack of access to counter perspective, like Discrimination and Disparities by Thomas Sowell. Again, why isn't this book available? You want to talk about not banning books? Then explain to me why we don't have this one here. You know, at the end of the day, I trust, respect, and value things and people too, but you know what I don't trust and respect or value? Marxism being taught in our schools.
Thank you. Pastor Tony McGee. Tony McGee.
Tony McGee.
Okay. He's outside.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll get him in.
Alicia Ogundelli.
Okay, quiet, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Alicia Ogundelli. I'm with the Love Our Children organization. Oh, thank you. My name is Alicia Ogundelli. I'm with the Love Our Children organization. Here at Love Our Children, we still haven't heard about the questions that have not been addressed and have gone unanswered during the past 2 months. Here they are. How was the public notified about the sanctions by the federal government's Individual with Disabilities Act, the IDEA, during the first 5 years? Except when Ms. revealed them a few months ago. It hasn't been discussed publicly at school board meetings, and it wasn't highlighted in last year's annual report. Next, which services and programs were not provided to our special education students during the past 5 years? If the sanctions were for 15% of the IDA money, something had to be reduced or eliminated. What didn't our special education students receive? Next, a requirement of the sanctions is to establish a review team that must be reviewed the district's policies, practices, and procedures related to suspensions. Who was on that team each year? And finally, when will the review team 5 reports be made public? It seems like New Hanover County schools are sitting on a lot of data of out-of-school suspensions, especially about the significant disproportionality of the suspensions of Black students and Black students with disabilities. Love Our Children believes that policies should benefit all students. Making information about federal sanctions public will help towards improving short-term suspension policy 4351. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda Hernandez, thank you.
Good evening. When I was in 7th grade, I attended a majority white school. I was one of 3 African American students in a class of 300 students. I remember one day the history teacher came into class saying, "Today we're going to learn about Africa." He turned off the lights and put on the projector. I remember seeing barely cloth people jumping around in trance-like state. Some of them wore bones and other strange objects in their noses and ears. I remember someone remarking, "They look like monkeys." The room fell eerily silent as the students remembered that I, the only student of African descent, was in the room. I cried silently out of a sense of embarrassment of being associated with the people projected in the film. I hated history. It was the only class I ever got C's in. Fast forward to 8th grade. Our class was taught by a student teacher who introduced us to the book, A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. I began to learn about the other side of his story. I began to learn things that had not previously been taught us, like how the United States inhabited by Native Americans who, if not for the help, the European settlers would have perished. I learned how enslaved Africans had been uprooted, kidnapped from their homeland, trafficked, robbed of their culture, language, and religion, raped, having their families torn from them and sold to another slaveholder, never to be seen again. It was the missing link that allowed me to understand history from another perspective. I contend that the book Stamped offers the opportunity to view history from a different perspective.
Your time
it
is
should
up.
not be banned.
Your time is up.
Love Our Children advocates for the safety of all of our children and staff in our schools. It also advocates for using positive behavior support alternatives for keeping our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds in school where they can learn. And we believe that young children should have the right to have a parent or other representative present during the informal hearing that will determine if they receive an out-of-school suspension for up to 10 days. Policy 4351 says that students under age 8 and under 3rd grade will not be suspended except for incidents involving drugs, assaults, or possessing weapons. Drugs, assaults, or possessing weapons are serious infractions. 5, 6, and 7-year-olds deserve the right to have a parent present during the informal hearing about those infractions and a possible suspension. We ask that the Policy Committee revise short-term suspension policy 4351 and include the sentence, quote, "Students under the age of 8 and under grade 3 have the right to have a parent or other representative present at the informal hearing," end quote. Love Our Children stands united with our community members who oppose the banning of the book Stamped. We support the AP teacher and the decision of the 10 administrators and teachers of the MTAC committee who support the use of the book in her course. Let freedom read. Thank you.
Love Our Children supports the principal's right to decide if a 5, 6, or 7-year-old child will receive an out-of-school suspension for incidents involving drugs, assaults, or possessing weapons. That decision is made during the informal hearing with the young child. If the principal decides to suspend the 5, 6, or 7-year-old, the parent is contacted after the decision is made. Love Our Children believes that young children should have the right to have a parent or other representative present during the informal hearing that will determine if they receive an out-of-school suspension for up to 10 days. Having a parent present at the informal hearing does not take away any power or authority from the principal. And because principals will have already developed a good relationship with the child's parents, arrangements will have already been made as to how to contact the parent in an emergency. We ask that the Policy Committee revise short-term policy suspension policy number 4351 and include the sentence, quote, "Students under the age of 8 or under grade 3 have the right to have a parent or other representative present at the informal hearing," end quote. Also, Love Our Children opposes the banning of book Stamped. We support the AP English teacher and the decision of the MTAC committee. Keeping children in school includes making sure they have the freedom to read. Thank you.
Jim Nesbitt.
Good evening. Thank you for giving this opportunity for the community to speak on this issue. I agree with the young man earlier who said, I think you have better things to do with your time, education of children. The discussion of a book banning, to me, is totally inappropriate at this time. Books have been banned by communist, Marxists, as the lady referred to, and dictators. We don't need to be dictators. We need to have open minds, and we need to create open minds. As a teacher and an educator, I felt it was my duty and responsibility to make children think critically, not give them any indoctrination on anything. If a book is challenged or a student challenges me, I welcome that because they're thinking. And we have to have children thinking. We can't close their minds and we can't try to dictate what happens, because you all know, or you should know, that children can only observe what they're capable of absorbing. So a 5-year-old is not going to take the theory of relativity. So don't worry about it and don't give it to them. So teach them what's appropriate. The other thing that I think is important is, I'm just wondering how many of the board have read the book Stamped. Could you show the audience with a raise of your hands how many have read it? Oh, well, I thank you if you have, but I challenge you to come up with a reason why children can't discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go with the 6 that we missed, starting with Melissa Gott.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Melissa Gott. I have 3 children. We live in downtown Wilmington in our district to New Hanover High School. Because of the crime there, we were very blessed to be able to get into Isaac Bayer Early College. I thought that was wonderful because we would be able to avoid the crime at the downtown campus, but I did not realize we would be confronted with additional challenges at Isaac Bayer. So I just wanted to bring those to your attention so that the board actually knows what is going on. Topics presented at Isaac Bayer are presented with one point of view. If you walk around the school and look at the posters, if you look at the flags, if you look at the books, if you look at the reading material, everything is slanted one direction. When you listen to the teachers joke with the students, as high schoolers there, are very jovial. They will joke about Donald Trump's bad comb-over. They will joke about Donald Trump's bad tan. The teachers will laugh along with it. However, when one student said, "Chocolate, chocolate chip," and everybody knew that that was referring to Biden, that same teacher immediately chastised the student. In health class, when gender and sex was discussed, a student told the teacher that there was only one truth, and that is that there is a male and a female. The teacher immediately shut the student down. Recently, the New Hanover County, along with UNCW, started coloring the landscape with UNCW. The emphasis on that was skin color and treating people differently because of skin color. I have taught my children differently.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, I'm doing the ones that we missed. Chris Caney, I got it covered. We're good.
Chris Caney, there he is.
He's here. I'm coordinating with Mr.
Hey, guys.
Anderson.
First, I would like to thank all of you, all the members of the board for being here, because I know it's got to be murder. You're having to sit here in these tumultuous times in our society, in our nation, and the rhetoric and the hate you guys all are getting, I know that you're getting. We are, however, a representative republic. We, the people, hired you for this thankless job. I hope that none of you are profiting from this appointment. We, the people, hired you through an election process, knowing sometimes you will make difficult choices. You are employees of the people hired to look at and digest the evidence and make decisions based on that evidence. The choices you have to make today or in the future are no different, but there are guidelines you have to follow. These guides do not involve feelings or rhetoric. They do not involve name-calling or divisiveness. They do not separate American citizens by race or color. I had the benefit of growing up in many countries and many continents in schools that had students from virtually every country in the world. Those were my elementary and middle and high school. I learned to get along with all these people. We learned from each other on how their races and their creeds reacted to each other. There was no animosity between us. They were just other kids. Sadly, I cannot say the same for my children. Sadly, they were taught in schools of North Carolina. They grew up in a society where.
Thank you, your time is up.
All right. Thank you.
Mike Harnett?
Thank you for your service.
Mike Harnett?
And a quick reminder, those that are standing, if you would please have a seat. We would like to have everyone have a seat,
Right.
please.
Mike Harnett.
Thank you.
Beverly Setz? Beverly Setz. Carrie Snook. Carrie Snook. Okay, and Pastor Tony McGee. Is he here? Okay. Then we're going to go on to the second list. Starting with Barbara Bakowitz. Is she here?
I've previously spoken about book bans here, and now 4 members of this board are considering removing the book stamped based on the complaint of one individual. I'll say it again, removing, i.e. banning a book, is choosing the path of fascism via censorship. One of fascism's initial tenets is to obstruct everyone's right to read what others choose not to or are uncomfortable with. The driving fear about this book comes across as racism and selective education. Hitler in 1939, South Africa during apartheid, Soviet Russia, the fascist dictatorship driven by communism in ruling Ukraine through 91. There, anyone who taught from or read books the oppressors didn't approve of were imprisoned and sentenced to hard labor for years. My relatives lived through that. The silencing, the censorship, the punishment. And it's why they're resisting now, because Russia's repeating it again. They're banning books, library shelves, people's homes are being wiped clean of books, books are being burned, fascism's paths. So here in America in 2023, are you seriously thinking of implementing fascism starting with banning this book? Have you reviewed history to understand fascism's very, very broad context? What else will you consider banning? Because I understand there's a growing list of other books proposed to be removed in spite of choice policy 3210. I urge you to respect our educators and the civil rights of everyone and to not overstep your authority or hold special hearings to entertain book bans. We're not an autocracy. We're the Democratic Republic of America with First Amendment rights. Censorship via book bans is fascism. It's as clear as that. And it's a very dangerous slope indeed.
Thank you. Tracy Bannon.
I would like to encourage the district to reevaluate the procedure of intact and curriculum selection. The reason I believe all the library content and curriculum should be unbiased and well-rounded without learning in any political direction. In my opinion, this book is not fit for AP language curriculum. I was an AP student. Its content promotes racism towards particular classes of people. It praises communist Marxists like Angela Davis and Malcolm X. This material does not allow for critical thinking on the part of students. It indoctrinates students into the CRT ideology. Kendi believes successful black people are to be shamed, shunned, and hated. He believes they have benefited from capitalism. He believes white people are segregationists. Why are people so adamant to continually perpetuate hatred? Why do people want to continue to be divisive and attempt to destroy our country? I am not asking for banning of any books. I believe it boils down to this. Does this book give positive educational value for students? Yes. That should be the question with every decision made. Why are we teaching children to hate others? Why are you erasing the history of the progress races have made to become unified? I have never seen in my life the hatred that is expressed towards others. What is the goal to teach hatred to children? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to caution you to have respect for the people that are speaking. They gave you respect, now you respect them. Knock it off.
Yes, ma'am.
Libby Dunn?
Point of
Libby
order, I
Dunn.
think you're the one that gets to make those calls. Yeah.
Hey, good evening. Thank you again for all of your service. I know it's a lot of time that you guys put in, and taking the time to read the book really is appreciated. And I thank you for the additional time for the audience as well. As people have mentioned already, this is not about banning books. This is about the curriculum. All curriculums and books should go through a review to determine appropriateness for grade level and academic content. In 2021, we are promised critical race theory is not being taught in schools. So I asked ChatGPT, is stamped racism, anti-racism, and you considered critical race theory? The answer, yes. Stamped racism can be considered to have elements of critical race theory. It's rooted in the work of Ibram X. Kendi, who is known for his advocacy of anti-racism and his application of CRT principles. The book explores the historical and systemic aspects of racism in the United States, discussing how racist ideas have been perpetuated and how they have influenced public policies and social norms. The authors present their interpretation of history through a lens influenced by CRT principles. Again, this is all direct from ChatGPT. Stamped portrays those who question or criticize its premises as racist. This diminishes the possibility of respectful and open discussions, which are vital to finding effective solutions to complex issues. This book paints a false dichotomy of racist and anti-racist, and defines anti-racist in such a way to essentially mean Marxist. A direct quote from Kendi says, "Capitalism is essentially racist, racism is essentially capitalist. They were birthed together from the same unnatural causes, and they shall one day die together from unnatural causes." Kendi goes on to define discrimination as, the defining question is whether the discrimination is creating equity or inequity.
Your time is up.
I'm here tonight as a parent of 3 NHCS students. I had a conversation recently with Dr. Bertha Todd, who is the librarian at the segregated all-black Williston Senior High School in the 50s and 60s. Dr. Todd recalled placing a book order for her library that the district refused to fill. She had ordered too many books for her students about integration and civil rights, they told her. Those books were divisive, they said. They embraced dangerous ideologies. Reading them might incite these young black students to push back against authority. Dr. Todd bravely challenged the superintendent, which put a target on her back going forward, but as she told me, I was seeing injustices that I could not take and I wasn't going to take. People who want to ban or limit books like to believe there's one way of seeing the world and it's theirs. It was remarkable to me how closely this parent's arguments against Stamped mirror what Dr. Todd was told in Jim Crow Wilmington in the 1950s. This parent has said this book is socially divisive and anti-American and promotes subversive ideologies. And my personal favorite, she complained that the book is constantly demeaning racists. That doesn't seem like it says to dig, but maybe that's just me. Dr. Bertha Todd knew at Williston then what we know now, that books exist as both mirrors of our life experiences and as windows into the experiences of others. She wanted to give her students books that mirrored them, where they could see themselves and feel seen, as well as books that offered them a window into a world that was different than their own. That's exactly what our educators are doing today. My kids' educations have been richer because of the diversity of students in their classroom and the diverse materials provided by their teachers. And when they come home with new ideas that they want to test against my own, I'm a happy parent and public school employee because that tells me the system is working. They're learning to be global citizens and think for themselves, and sometimes, believe it or not, I'm learning from them and changing my own views. To our teachers, from Bertha Todd at Williston to Kelly Kidwell at Ashley today, keep holding up those mirrors and opening those windows for our students. You are heroes, and we thank you.
Thank you all for having me here tonight. My name is Donald Mapson. I'm a retired school teacher. I taught in this system for 20 years, and I certainly do appreciate all the hard work that you do in making the school system better for all children. But I'm here to say that I wish that this book be not banned. As an educator, I challenged my students. I wanted them to be critical thinkers. I didn't want to put my opinions on them. I wanted them to challenge me to think and work harder to bring the best out of them. I think it's very important that we keep challenging young people. And I think that we need more books like STAMP. When I was in elementary or junior high, I did not have the opportunity to have books like this. And I think that it's important that these kids get exposed to as much as they can, because as a minority, I needed to know more about myself and know about my community. And I couldn't find too many books in the library that would challenge me. And so I think books like this for all kids are very important, because they do need to know about racism. They need to be challenged. They need to have an understanding that everybody is somebody. And everybody needs to be loved by everybody. And so I would certainly, like my brother was saying, why are we here? Well, we're here because we need to challenge this situation, because if we let it go here, it could mushroom into something else. We need to stand up now, because if we allow this to happen, it could happen
Thank you,
with
your
other
time
books.
is up. I'm sorry.
Members of the board, my name is George Velasquez, and I'm Vice President of the NAACP branch here in Wilmington. 4 months ago, I testified during the call to audience in opposition to a change in board policy which would discriminate against transgender students, denying them the right to participate in sports based on their gender identity. The board passed it anyway. Today, I am back in opposition to another attack on our school system and our students, an attempt to ban a book on the effect of systemic racism in American society. I want to reiterate what others have said. Banning books is what authoritarian governments do to preserve their control over what people think. So why ban the book stamped Racism, Anti-Racism, and You? Is it because of a political movement in our country to push back the democratic advances made in the last 60 years by racial minorities and other marginalized groups? To this end, it appears that supporters of this movement want to write the continuing struggle for equality out of our history, in effect, to whitewash history. Systemic racism is America's original sin. The effects of our 400-year history of white supremacy continue in clearly visible ways down to today. Exposing students to the reality of racism in our society, both historically and today, is not to make them feel guilty, but to give them the understanding so that they can join in overcoming this barrier to building a truly equitable society. As I noted 4 months ago, our house is on fire. Public education is in a crisis. It's time the board stop throwing gasoline on that fire and work with those of us to support public education.
There has been much talk this evening about banning books. I would suggest that instead of using the term ban, we rephrase the terminology to that of being highly selective. You, as the Board of Education, have every right to be highly selective of the material and curriculum that is used to educate the children of New Hanover County. In the case of this particular book, Stamped, we should be highly selective. I understand it is being portrayed as a non-history history book in AP Language and Composition for the purpose of rhetoric. The author, Ibram X. Kendi, has argued that the only remedy for past discrimination is future discrimination. I ask you, if a book authored by white supremacist David Duke was being introduced for the purpose of rhetorical debate, would there be a hue and cry about banning of books coming from those who are speaking in support of Stamped? This book comes from a worldview that blames whiteness for all of America's problems. On the first page of the introduction, it states, "Racist and anti-racist ideas have existed in the human mind for nearly 600 years. Born in Western Europe in the mid-1400s, racist ideas traveled to colonial America and have lived in the United States from its beginning. This is an absurd and ridiculous proposition. Clearly, the authors have not studied any history prior to the mid-1400s. This seems to be the hot trend among academia, which blames Western Europeans for creating this thing called racism, which has been around since the earliest points of civilization. The only thing this book should be used for is an example of poor writing styles and logical fallacies." I will end by quoting the great American scholar Thomas Sowell. "Racism is not dead, but it is on life support, kept alive by politicians, race hustlers, and people who get a sense of superiority by denouncing others as racist."
I'm here as a concerned parent, community member, and former AP student as well. My oldest daughter she'll be a junior at Ashley, and we also have this book, and we've had it since the beginning of 2020, and my husband and I began reading it with our daughters when they were in elementary and middle school, so I was really shocked to hear that it could potentially be banned when we were teaching them some of these concepts or reading some of this with them years ago when the book first came out. What I understand as well is that there's still no concrete proof that specific moments in the book are clear violations of Policy 3200. In addition, I know we live in Wilmington, and Wilmington does have a history of trying to cover up history as evidenced by the handling of 1898 and how that wasn't taught in our schools for decades until afterwards. So we already have that history here as well. We have a very diverse student population here, and it's really important for our students to be able to see themselves in what they read, and also for others to be able to see different viewpoints in books so they can better understand various cultures and contexts in which we live. Both of my daughters have experienced racism in the schools, whether they've been asked if they want to be enslaved, been sent memes with the KKK saying this is how you keep people away from a watermelon patch, and they've also been called racial slurs. Maybe if some other children, their classmates, had access to this book at the high school level, maybe they would think twice or have a little bit more compassion before they talk to their fellow classmates that way. In addition, from what I understand, the school board is supposed to uphold the Constitution, which does include the First Amendment, which includes students' right to read, and also the Board of Education has to follow North Carolina's School Board Association. And there's language there that says that disallows political and special interest groups to drive decision-making. If history is considered un-American, then maybe some self-reflection is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. I just want to hit on some of the points that others have made, and start out by the quote has been said many times by the author. "The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination." So I ask everybody, do you agree with that? Would you teach your children that? I mean, this is the author and founder behind this book. I would have to disagree that we really feel that we want to teach our children this. So, but this is a quote by Mr. Kendi. He's an open advocate for race-based discrimination. He has supported and said that that claiming CRT was a foundational to his work that he's done, but later distanced himself from CRT after he received some backlash. So if we want to support critical thinking, let's ask these questions to our children and to those that are on the board to maybe look at these types of books that would challenge kids to look at things in these ways. I also have heard a lot of people talking about banning books. We're not about banning books in support of this idea that we're censoring our kids. We're merely trying to guard their minds, not close their minds and censor their abilities to communicate. He proposes other things like you're afraid of censorship. Well, Kendi has also proposed a Federal Department of Anti-Racism, which is unaccountable to the voters or legislators with powers to suppress racist ideas and to nullify and veto any law not deemed anti-racist. That is censorship, and it's restricting free speech. He's in support of that. And in closing, I just want to say that we're really just trying to guard our kids from Marxist philosophy and things that support and push radical racial division in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, Garrett?
Hello. I come to you today as a parent of 2 children in New Hanover County Schools and a former AP language teacher. My 16-year-old will be enrolled in AP language and composition in a county high school this year. Books like Stamped, written by award-winning authors in complex styles that are still accessible to teenagers, are exactly the types of texts I hope will be part of that class. It is ironic that we are discussing removing a text with strong argument, well-developed rhetorical strategies, and multiple elements of persuasion from an AP language course. This is a course designed to provide multiple perspectives and support students to think deeply and critically about how to best create their own arguments. We need to trust our teachers. Exposure to diverse perspectives in school, while supported with highly certified, experienced, and award-winning teachers like those in the county, is exactly when students should read, discuss, critically analyze, and reflect. If my children share questions about a required reading in school, I will pick up the book and read it with them. One parent should not be able to determine what other children can or cannot read in school. There are processes in place to opt out of a text and receive an alternative one. Banning any book in any classroom in any school sets a dangerous precedent. Stamped is a book committed to helping communities negotiate critical conversations about America's racist past and present. It is a book that works to move us collectively toward repair, not further separation. It is not by chance that this is the first book to come before the board. This challenge is designed to raise fear and erase experiences of Black and brown individuals. My children, as upper middle class white children, have always had access to books that are mirrors for their own lives. All of our children deserve to see themselves in schools. Removing Stamped, other books of Black and brown children, just creates narrow windows and takes away mirrors for all of our children.
Thank you. Is Lindy Ford here? Lindy Ford? Lindy Ford.
Lindy Ford, last call.
Yeah, it is last call. Anna Lee? Anna Lee.
Hello, my name is Anna Lee. I'm a parent of a rising 8th grader and 4th grader. And in a way, it's like difficult for me to believe I have to stand here and implore you today to keep the book Stamped available in New Hanover County Schools, because it seems so obvious that it's a well-written, researched piece of literature. On the other hand, it's not difficult for me at all. It's not difficult because I see that this parent request to ban the book is rooted in a long tradition of a desire on the part of many white people to hide the realities of racism and white supremacy in our culture. Because doing that allows us to maintain the status quo. It allows people to maintain their power. And as a previous speaker pointed out, our county has a history of this. I was an honor student at Hoggard High School, and Mr. McManus is principal there. I never learned the history of the 1888 massacre and race riot in Wilmington, not once in my 13 years of schooling. And that was an intentional choice on the part of people in power in various roles in our community. You know why? Because it's inconvenient for the perpetrators of that to have that truth out. And so that's why I think in some ways, yeah, not surprising that there are folks who want to continue to keep those realities hidden from our kids. But I'll tell you this, our kids can handle the realities. Black children and brown children, as I heard a mother so eloquently say just now, experience those realities every day. And white children are more than capable of learning about the realities of racism and white supremacy in our culture. And they need it. They need it to be good citizens. I have done that for my children, and I want that for all children in this county, to be empowered with the knowledge of the history and present so that they can change it and make our community better.
Hello. Here's my book report. If local news sources are correct, the argument made about the book in question are that it contains Marxist ideology, inaccurate reframing of history, untruths, and disrespect for our nation and the Bible. The name Marx is mentioned once, and communism is mentioned 14 times in the book. Each time it's because the historical figure discussed in the chapter became a communist or was a member of the Communist Party, i.e. W.B. Du Bois, Angela Davis, and Charlene Mitchell. The book at no point makes any suggestion for the superiority of any political ideology, instead pointing out the failures of multiple political parties and ideologies to make progress in regard to racism in our country. Inaccurate framing of history and untruths. All of the statements in the book, which says in the beginning that it is not meant to be a history book, but rather a book about history, come from cited historical sources. If the point of view offered offends anyone's sensibility, it is worth remembering that it is written from the perspective of the Black American population at the time discussed. Disrespect for our nation. As both a veteran and a student of history, if the facts about the history of our nation make you feel disrespected, then maybe you need to take some time and reflect on what that should be telling you. Disrespect for the Bible. One, there is no part in the book I read that showed preference for or degradation towards any religion. Also, if I'm correct, Ashley is a public high school, not a private Christian one, and therefore under no requirement to censor their library or resources for only pro-Christian literature. As with my previous statement, if the Christian faith's history of support for human enslavement, genocide, and economic and social violence and segregation bothers you, then you should probably reflect on that in private. Wanting your personal version of history to be true doesn't make it so. All of your favorite historical figures were human beings and lived complicated lives just like the rest of us. The Founding Fathers weren't saints or superhuman. The foundation of our nation's economy at its birth was the literal trading of human lives as labor. And everything from fake science to religion has been used to justify extreme racism in this country. We as a society still don't fully acknowledge the depth of its effect today. If history makes you uncomfortable, then you should look within and find out why.
In 1982, the Supreme Court heard the Island Trees Union Free School District versus Pico case. The case started in 1976 when students were upset that their school board directed that certain books such as Slaughterhouse-Five and Black Boy be removed from the school library shelves. The Supreme Court decided in favor of the students. It said students have First Amendment rights and the school board's actions denied the students of those rights. The Supreme Court decision went on to explicitly say that school boards cannot remove books from schools simply because they disagree with the themes or subject matter. And here we are in 2023. A parent complained about a book. The teacher immediately accommodated her request, and her daughter never even had to be in the classroom during the book study. This is where the issue should have ended. But the parent wasn't satisfied with simply exerting her parental rights over her own child. She filed a complaint at the school to have the book removed, and it was denied. Then she filed another petition, and it too was denied. She then petitioned the school board, and here we are, where her actions have the potential to impact every student in the district. My question is this: why have you given her so much power? By even considering removing this book, you are giving her more power than the superintendent, the school board, all the people at the central office, all administrators, and all teachers. You are also giving her the power to dictate what other people's children can and cannot read. Why? Why does she get this consideration and thousands of other parents and guardians in the district do not? Sometimes the answer to a request is no, and it just needs to end there. I've heard board members insist this issue isn't a book ban, but the definition of a ban is to officially prohibit, which is exactly what you will be doing if this book is removed. Is that what you want as your legacy? I'll leave you with a quote from Deborah Caldwell Stone of the American Library Association. To be told your books can't be on display or that your books are inappropriate because they simply reflect your life and experiences, it's not only an act of censorship, but an act of violence to the community. Think before you act.
Our founding fathers agreed that a robust public school system was crucially important for the preservation of our democracy. I'm sure that's part of the reason you ran for public office. You want to help our school systems produce educated, thoughtful citizens. Everyone in this room will agree that parents have the right and responsibility to monitor their child's behavior, and that includes what they read inside and outside of school. Everyone in this room ought to also agree that one parent should not have the power to dictate what everyone else's child reads. This one parent wants to impose her wishes on everyone else. And there's a name for that, and it is not democracy. Book banning is not really about a book. It's about free speech. It's about the suppression of dialogue and ideas that you don't agree with. That's not a healthy thing for our schools or our children. I have 3 grandchildren currently in our district and 2 grandsons that have graduated from New Hanover High School. One of them earned a physics degree from App State, and one is starting a second year at NC State. I'm grateful for the good education they received from our caring and our competent educators. Shielding our children from challenging ideas and diverse perspectives will not equip them to face the realities of the world. We must empower them with the necessary skills to think critically, analyze information, and form their opinions. Finally, we live in Wilmington, North Carolina. If any community should be reckoning with its racial history and education, its children, so that it doesn't happen, it's us.
Did Lindy Ford come in? Is Lindy Ford here? That concludes our list for the night.
All right, board members, I would entertain a motion to take a 5-minute break, and then we can.
About an 8-minute break.
All right, 8-minute break. All right, first and second, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll take an 8-minute break. We will be back at 6:50. Come on back. We need one more board member, and we'll go ahead and start. Ms. Gravel's here. We got 4. We're ready to start. All right, those in the audience, if you are going to play and to stay, please have a seat.
Actually, Pete, we have a minute because it's supposed to be 6:53. You gave us 8 minutes.
Oh, I actually had 6:50.
Okay.
All right, again, if we could get the board members to make their way back up. Those in the audience, please have a seat. We're going to carry on with the business of the board. And I do want to take just a second to thank everyone, and please pass it on. A lot of people have left, but I think overall the quality of audience went well. I do appreciate everyone overall doing a good job with that, so thank you for that. We're going to carry on. Just a point that I should have mentioned before, but I'm going to mention it now. We do have 2 closed sessions listed. We are not going to take the first closed session because we do have people here. We'll carry on with the rest of it, and we'll do a closed session at the end of the meeting. So just to let everybody know, we're going to probably leave that in there just so everybody knows that we could do that in the future. But again, we're going to bypass the closed session, so we'll go on to consensus items. We've allotted 5 minutes for that. I would entertain a motion to accept the consensus, a motion to accept the consensus items.
So moved.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second. I'd like to amend that
First,
motion, Mr.
second.
Chairman.
Okay,
Can we please pull A off for a quick discussion?
absolutely. So we want to pull A off. Anything else we need to pull off, board members? So if not, we'll be voting on items B through L. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Okay, that passes 7-0. Ms. Barnhart, we have item A, right-of-way and permanent utility easements for Gordon Road widening. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked Mr. Anderson to please address this because I know this came through in some of our emails from parents and concerns of parents, and this is just an opportunity to share with the public some of the steps that we're doing to involve safety and to be intentional. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. Yes, if you are a family attending Eaton Elementary School or happen to live off Gordon Road, you are well aware about the traffic problems. We experience those ourselves, and we're looking at trying the best we can to improve some efficiencies of process right now. But this has been a DOT project widening Gordon Road for a long time. They're in the property acquisition phase now. We've negotiated a settlement with them for $275,000. And I have requested as part of this agenda item that money be set in a capital budget so that at the appropriate time during the widening project, we can consider and implement some improvements on site as well. We want to increase parking, but we also want to evaluate the car queuing and try to accommodate as many parents on site as possible. But I do think in the end, with any on-site improvements that we make in the Gordon Road widening, the ingress and egress to the site will be better.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve A.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a first and second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of approving item A, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Also carries 7-0. Thank you very much. We will carry on. I'll get back up there. We will carry on with new business, MOU for NC EdCore for pilot math tutoring program. Dr. Faison.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, board members.
One of those three. One of those three.
Wow, third time's a charm. So I have an MOU for you for our pilot program with North Carolina EdCorp. And I wanted to take a minute because it's such a great program to kind of highlight it for you and for our parents in our community. So briefly, this will be a math pilot program at Freeman and Forest Hill fourth graders. So this pilot program will allow all of the students there to receive some additional tutoring. NC EdCorp is an organization that works with NCDPI already on tutoring programs for reading. So Dr. Faust actually worked with them and also work to get us some money for this pilot program so we could actually pilot it in math. And you ask why fourth grade math? When you think about math and you think about our data and you think about fourth grade, when you think of third grade, we go deep. Fifth grade, we go deep. Fourth grade, we go vast. There's so many different things, so there's a logic behind this. So I'm just going to take a minute just to tell you about this wonderful program that we will be piloting for the state, and we already have some counties who are trying to jump on and copy. I'm learning it must be me because I'm the one that always has this problem, but thank you. So, first of all, what NC Ed Corp will do is they will help us recruit and provide training for the tutors that will come in. They actually will provide training that will be embedded. And when I say embedded, they're actually going to do some modeling with the volunteers. The volunteers will be retired teachers or retired educators and some just volunteers in our community. Of course, they will recruit and help us to find these people, but they will be employees of New Hanover County Schools. So they will go through all the screening processes that we go through. And as I said, this will be with our fourth grade students at Forest Hill and Freeman, and it will be all of them. And this is what we call high-impact tutoring. And if you'll go to the next slide, when you think about high-impact tutoring, basically you're talking about the frequency. So we're talking 1 to 3 times, and 3 times a week, 1 to 3 students that they will be working with, and it's 30 minutes. And the measurement, we'll actually be using data. The tutors will be logging in data and working with their students based on their needs. So, and this is a time to support teachers. This is not taken away from them and what they do, but it is actually to fill in some of the gaps. So our teachers, with the teachers, we often work on those skills that we've been working on in the classroom that the kid may not have actually picked up, the students, and they need to see it again. The tutors will actually they'll do an assessment and they'll see where are the gaps for these students and work there. So I've said a lot of these things, but I just want to highlight on this program that they actually have the program in place with reading, and they want to continue with us. We don't know. We have the choice. We're asking for a 1-year trial, but they've done multi-year evaluations for external evaluations from outside companies and organizations, and what they're doing for reading is proving to be effective. Also, the curriculum is Bridges. We actually already have this curriculum in these schools, so this will not be an outside course, and of course, they will actually train the personnel and provide ongoing professional development for the tutors. And lastly, they'll do site visits. And this is the timeline. And I think the biggest thing that I want to leave you with before I ask you to please approve this MOU and answer any questions is that this will be data-driven based on student needs, and the tutors will receive training on how to use the curriculum, as well as if we have people who are not former educators, train on how to work with our students. So I will take any questions that you have.
Board members, any questions? Mr. McManus.
Regardless of your answer, absolutely, this is marvelous. We need to prove it immediately. These students will be pulled, is this all day, or is this just 30 minutes in the day?
It's 30 minutes in the day, and what we are looking at, and we have to do the schedule, so basically we're thinking the tutor will be there all day, and that will allow them for maybe about 3 days or half days, but it's going to be at times where the student is not receiving core instruction, and not to take away from some of those things that the students also enjoy. So it's going to be tricky figuring it out, but we feel like we can do it.
Dr. Faison, would you share with us again where the funding for this is coming from?
This is actually, we have to thank our legislators and our, our superintendent and legislature committee, because we have some funding put in the budget, for our state budget, for us to pilot this program. So we're very, very happy about that. And Dr. Faust, did you want to add anything to that?
Sure. I can vouch and say that several years ago, now it has been several years ago, 2010, wow, almost 13 years ago, I had to use all of my Title I dollars when I was recruited to go to Texas. And I used those dollars on 23 tutors inside the building. And at the end of the year, we were a low-performing school that was reconstituted, and we used it only in 6th grade. So the research says 4th, 6th, and 9th. So we're starting it with 4th, and the results were phenomenal. With the just that one, we did something similar. Of course, at middle school you can do things a little different, and we went to 91% proficient with 6th grade math, which then took us off of all lists, and we continued to excel with it. And so it, as Dr. Faison said, the tutors do not teach the curriculum that the teachers are teaching. They teach behind, and what I mean behind, they're teaching and filling in holes. And that's all. So individuals may not see the progression immediately, but all of a sudden it just clicks. And then the output is at the end, but the tutor will see it. But the classroom teacher may not see, but the confidence comes. And so what we're looking for is the confidence. And then once the student receives the confidence, they just take off.
Yeah, and the good thing about this is we actually have two extremely strong principals, and the principal at Freeman and Forest Hills. And with their staff, they're going to create schedules that will allow this to work for the students, the teacher, and the tutor. So if anyone is interested, we are thinking about 10 tutors per school. If they are interested, please, you can send me an email and I'll forward it to the right location, and you should be sending some information, because HR will be handling this information, and I'm gonna take that back. You can contact somebody in HR if you're interested, because this is an HR thing, because they will be district employees. Any questions before I ask for approval?
Well, I just wanted to say two things. One, I know the value of one-on-one tutoring for my own self. I had a problem with long division, and I couldn't get through it, and I had a parent of a friend that was she just kept helping, and then now I'm like, I know how to do it. Thank goodness. And second point is, this definitely aligns with our strategic plan, community engagement part of it. I feel like there are folks out there that want to figure out how to get involved. I think this is a perfect opportunity to do that, and I think this is just awesome. I think you had mentioned the last time too that it's not just about helping fill the holes, but also for the kids that are already understanding, that's going to take
exactly, because all of the students will receive a tutor. So we will be taking, the tutors will be taking some students to different heights if they have this, working where they are and letting them gain some information as well, because this is not looking at students who are just behind in math. We're going to make sure all of our students in 4th grade receive this resource.
All right, Ms. Barnhart?
I just want to, again, echo the kudos coming on. I remember saying we have 12 failing schools, and what are we doing? Tell me the plan, tell me the money associated, where is it coming from, and tell me who I need to talk to make it happen. So this program started as only allowing for reading tutors, but because of these people calling and fulfilling the vision of this is what we want to do, this is how we're going to be successful, this is the progress we're going to see. So I'm very excited for this, and with that I make a motion to accept the MOU.
Do we have a motion? Second?
Second.
It was first and second. Any other discussion? Sir?
We still have summer school at the end of the next school.
This has nothing to do with any of our current things that we have. This does not take, we're not supplanting. This does not take the place of anything.
Sorry, thank you.
Oh, no, you're good. Any other discussion? If not, we have a first and second. All in favor, please signify by saying this is to approve this MOU. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your hard work on this. Our next discussion is advanced placement classes. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The point of tonight's discussion is a result of questions that I've had in how our district supports our higher achieving students, specifically in regards to our AP program. Our data shows that 46% of our students receive a 1 or a 2, and a 3, 4, 5, which is totaling 54% per NCDEPI as of 2023. NC public universities accept a 3, 4, or 5 as college credit. Through questions, it seems as though our district has operated in silos, each at specific high schools as far as AP supports and protocols. And what I would like to see is if the board would be willing to consider having the superintendent and staff evaluate and implement changes such that the AP program operates as a district direction versus individual school levels. And for this vision to be shared back to the board by, say, November. But I would also like to make a motion now to require all students to make sure they are taking the AP exam if enrolled in an AP level course.
I'll second that.
First and second?
Are we making a motion already?
Yes, sir.
Could you say that a little slower?
Yeah.
I didn't get a lot of
Yeah, it was
either,
kind of run
I
on.
understood exactly what you were saying.
The whole thing, or where is your question exactly?
AP.
I'll make a motion to require all students to take the AP exam if they're enrolled in an AP level course.
Can I ask a question off of that, Dr. Faison? Is there a reason why they're not taking, at the end of most classes, we have a test and they take the test. It's at the end of grade test, end of course test. Why would we not? And I am correct that the school system pays for the students to take the test, correct? So why is it that we're not doing that?
So right now we have an extremely high rate. We have over 91% of our students that do take the exam. So one of the reasons I can tell you that there's a calculus class called AB, calculus AB, and there's a calculus class called BC. So when you take AB, most of the students go on to take BC, and that is when you take the exam. You only take one. So if you're a calculus student, you're taking Cal AB, and then you go on to take BC, you're going to take the exam one time. So, but we have you registered in AB. So that's affecting some of our data. Like I said, right now, with that even being in effect, we have 91% of our students to take the exam. We actually have 2 courses that we have about 89%, but most of our courses, we have about 100% to 97% of our students taking the exam. There's a variety of reasons. I could just speculate. I don't know. I don't know if some of the students feel like, hey, I'm not ready. But for the most part, we have a high percentage of our students already taking the exam. So this won't be a major difference for them, but I do not know why the few who do not take it are not taking. I can't speak on that.
Ms. Craybill.
Oh, Ms. Walker, did you have your hand up first?
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Walker.
Thank you, sir.
Let's start with both ways here.
I guess I'm trying to understand, are we trying to force kids to take the AP exam? I don't understand that, one, because I had 2 children in the school system that took AP classes, one that excelled and one that didn't do as well. And there are a lot of reasons kids take AP. They want to be pushed. They want the rigor. I didn't feel, at one point, I didn't feel like my son probably should take more, but I was encouraged by the AP teacher to keep pushing him to do it, because it really does. It's one of those things that helps kind of push you to understand what college may be like, or just push for the rigor purposes. Not all kids are good test takers, especially this kind of the way the AP exam goes. And like I said, my daughter took pretty much all the ones that were offered. And there are a lot of reasons why kids don't want to take it, but I don't think it's our job to force kids to take an exam. And also, I will say the AP classes, you get credit as well. I believe it's still double weighted, which is good for a GPA. I don't know if Dr. Faust can confirm that, or Dr. Faison. It's a double weighted class, which means, if my kid didn't do as well, maybe a D, they really got to be in the class, because the rigor is a lot harder. I just don't think it's our job to make students take an exam if they're not ready for it. And, I know colleges don't accept maybe a 1 or a 2, but there's a lot of reasons why kids do take it. Maybe they're not going to get college credit for it, but they're going to do it just to see how they do. But they also get a grade in that class as well. So I don't see the point of forcing kids to take an exam. I just don't think it's our job to do that.
Take Ms. Walker.
Mr. Chairman, before
Yes,
we
sir.
continue with discussion, I just want to confirm, was there a second to the motion? There was?
There was, yes.
Okay.
I didn't write it down.
Thank you.
It was Ms. Ms. Bradford. Ms. Grable
You
was
can go,
next.
Hugh. Go ahead. No, you go.
At the present, do students receive the college level weighted if they don't take the AP exam? Do they have to take the AP exam? I've been out 6 years.
So we give, I think, do I understand it's a 6 point, they're on the 6 point versus the 5 point. So the course, if they're enrolled in the course, you get the GPA weight. It increases the weight. It's encouraged, but no.
Okay. Now.
Okay,
Ms.
so,
Grable, you
yeah,
can go to this time now.
That's okay. A couple
Okay.
questions. So, teachers are required to give an end of grade test on an AP exam in addition to the AP exam, right?
A teacher still give an exam.
Because they can't wait to the court that comes back.
Well, the AP exam for the most part is in May for all the courses. So yes, we still, because it goes back to Mr. McManus's point, the students are still getting a grade for the course, and the AP exam and the result of the exam we don't receive until the summer.
Okay.
And that's basically for the college credit.
And so a follow-up question to that is, students pay for their own AP exams, or does the school system pay for that?
The state actually pays for the exams for our students in our state.
All of ours, okay. So, yeah, and so I guess my question of the board is kind of the same as Ms. Walker's, is that this is coming back to a parental choice again. If a parent and a child don't think that they are ready to take the test, why do we have to force them, to do that? And I don't know, it's been a while since our kids have gone through that process, but there are a lot of schools now that don't even take threes, and some are very particular and don't even take fours, so you got to do really well. And then there are some kids who are already planning to repeat the course in college, and you can't use AP credits and take the class. So you either take the AP credit or you take the class in college. You don't get both.
Ms. Bradford?
I have a question for what we heard before this. Is it appropriate to ask about that now, or do we just wait and vote on this, what's in front of us?
What's in front of us?
Okay,
But,
I'll wait.
I mean, this whole discussion, you can talk about anything. more.
Can you encapsulate what you said earlier into the Cliff Note version?
Do I have the word? Okay.
Your second one?
I'll do my best. So when I was looking at data, and Ms. Crable, thank you for bringing up that some colleges only accept a 4 or 5. If we look at our data in New Hanover County for 4s and 5s, we're only at roughly 28%. And so looking at the data as it pertains to successful rate of AP exam, which is how you receive college credit, we can do better. And so looking at how we're supporting our staff and our students, it is very sporadic, and it's not a district-led initiative. And when you are talking about our highest level learners, I think that it is our due diligence to support our students and to ensure that they are getting high-quality, rigorous education. In particular, when you're looking at the evaluative measure of success of the program, you are looking at the AP scores, because that's the comparison across everyone that you're competing against getting into college. So what I would like to do is I would like for our staff to brainstorm how we can better support our staff and our teachers, because oftentimes they are the sole teacher of an AP course at their, subsequent to high school, but we are a district that has multiple high schools and multiple programs. And so I would like for us to do our due diligence to make sure that these students are being supported.
Ms. Mason?
I didn't know the numbers as far as how many kids were actually taking the exam, but my question would be, outside of that exam, how are our students doing if they are taking another test to see whether they pass or fail? How are our students doing in AP courses? Is the vast majority passing, failing? How are they doing?
I do not have that data, Ms. Mason, but I can definitely find that out.
McManus?
There's a couple of things I made. Dr. Faust sent out a sheet about APs. It was not generic to schools, but it was general. I can't remember, I thought I brought it with me.
Did that include the number that did not take from those that were enrolled? Why you, sir?
I'm trying to remember
I
which
can't
one.
remember.
I'm
And why
gonna
you
look it
thinking?
up right now.
I have a real problem with this. There's nothing more competitive than kids when they're at the AP level. And to give, and I'm having a self-dilemma here because kids who don't take the exam are still going to get the 2 weighted points with everybody else. On the other hand, we need kids to be challenged at that level. So that's a real tough one for me. But if you haven't been a high school principal, it is treacherous land when you're trying to be top GPA, and those points are massively important. And so that's a real tough one.
Your hand up? Okay, yes, Ms. Walker?
Again, I don't know it's our place to tell a parent and a child what to do. I know there are a lot of reasons why students take AP classes. There are a lot of reasons, like I say, the double weight, the rigor. But I'm not sure on these statistics I'm hearing. I would like to verify a lot more. But regardless, I think that students that take it may want to challenge themselves. Students that take it, to Mr. McManus's point, are really trying to get the highest GPA they can. And those are the college-bound kids that are probably going to make 4s and 5s on that exam. But not every kid is going to do that. And, there are some kids that just want to, take the exam, get the double weight and not take the exam. And what's the point? If they get a 1 or a 2 or even a 3, they're not going to get college credit for it anyway. So I'm sure they can understand how far or how they've done in the class compared to if they want to take the exam. I mean, why are we going to force them to go? Because I know when you take AP exams, it's not in your classroom. I think I was dropping my daughter off at another school, and it's just a special day just for that exam. But like I said, I've had 2 kids that were completely different, and they took those classes for the different reasons. And I would never force my kid to take that class if he wasn't ready. So I don't know why we should.
Bradford?
Dr. Faison, remind me, how many students do we have in AP classes? Just the raw number.
We have a total of 3,012 exams. The number of, that is different students taking different exams. I do not have in front of me the number of students.
9% that didn't take
it. It looks like, because I do have it in front of me, I just don't have it total. It looks like we have probably about 2,000 students taking AP exams. So just as a reminder, we have over 91% of our students already taking exams.
Ms. Graybill?
According to the data that Dr. Faust sent us in our board packet on July 25th, the total AP students in our district is 1,492. The total exams are 2,730. And then and he has it broken out by each one of the different kinds, but he didn't send us information. Hold on, I'm not done. Okay. And the total number of AP students broken out by their score levels, he has that, so he didn't give us that. But I'm trying to figure, may I continue?
Please,
okay. I'm trying to figure out how forcing kids to take the exam is going to support our staff in being better AP teachers and how it's going to support our students in being better students. That's what, I'm not disputing anything that you've read. I just don't see how this motion and this directive is going to get us to where you want to be.
Mr. McManus?
I found the sheet.
Yeah.
Most universities, except the 4 or 5, less or take anything. Some might take a 3, but it may make you repeat the class. 79, above 70% are making 3 or lower. 46% are making 1s and 2s. So we do have a number of students who are not doing well on the AP exam. but back to the argument I'm having myself, is that beneficial? I have to think it probably is. Have we asked the teachers their input, the AP staff themselves, about what you are recommending?
Mr. McManus, can I just add one thing? The UNC system accepts all threes across the board. So any school that is in the UNC system does accept a 3. Now, do I think that might have been a change? Because I think that is something that might be a change, because I know that was not always the case. But right now, if you go to a UNC school in the UNC system, they will accept a 3. It is extremely rare if they do not.
So you're telling me that UNC Chapel Hill and NC State accept 3s?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, in 2013, they did not, but.
Did you have something else, Mr. McManus? You finish? Good. Yeah.
So the first part of my sentiment was talking about directing our district level to come up with some ideas to help support that. So then the second part was also making sure that their students are taking the exam. Now, what that looks like, I absolutely think, and that's why I said to come back in November and revisit some of the things that we can implement to do a better job, because they will be going to our staff to share. I know one of the things, the commonalities for our core content areas is we have PLCs. Like I said, that collaboration and what we're doing to ensure, this 92% pass rate, which is amazing, that we can bring up our other teachers, because again, oftentimes it operates in a cyclo, and we are not just having the teachers fend for themselves. We are here as a district to support them. So what I'm hoping that the board can agree on is that we can say, we'd like to see some ways in which the district can do a better job of support. The second is talking about the program that many people had mentioned tonight. This is an opt-in program. So part of the expectation, in my opinion, should be that they are taking the exam, because the point is to expose rigorous content, but also to receive college credit. And so if you do not take the exam, then you are exempt from getting that credit. I understand you are getting a weighted GPA, but that is where the intent behind that's coming from.
And Ms. Mason?
I think after hearing the numbers, we do have a large amount of our students that are taking it correct. 91% is a large amount. And we see the numbers, there's 1s and 2s, and I don't know. I understand what you're saying, Ms. Barnhart, absolutely. And I agree that we do need to raise the standards for our kids, and we do need to make sure that if they're taking a course, there's a purpose behind it 100%. But if there is that vast number of 1s and 2s taking the test, I don't know if forcing them to do so is going to improve those scores. Does that make sense?
And I have one more person to speak a second time, and then we can suspend those rules if we want to and continue the conversation, and I'm fine with that. But I was just going to say one interesting thought was that as a former principal myself, I mean, I had people coming, especially a 5th grade, and say, I don't want Johnny to take that end of grade test. So, and so, I mean, this is an opt-in class. So I'm with Mr. McManus kind of going back and forth. This is, you have the opportunity not to take this class. You can choose to take this class. So along those lines, are we not saying, part of the class, I think that maybe we can set the expectation, part of the class is that you take the test at the end, kind of like you do in 5th grade and 4th grade. But on the other hand, Ms. Walker makes a very good point that maybe a child just wants to take the class and not go through that, and tests. Some kids are, I had students, that were, sweating and a lot worse than that. So I'm kind of back and forth. I would entertain a motion at this point to suspend the rules and continue the conversation if we would like to do that, or we can vote, because everybody's had an opportunity to speak twice.
Are you making a motion?
I'm asking for a motion.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we call the question.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second on that?
Which means we vote on forcing kids to take the.
Right.
I don't want to force them to take it.
Well,
so.
Right,
we
have to vote
on
on
it.
it.
We don't necessarily.
She's already made the motion.
Yes.
I got 5 people talking to me. I can only hear
Mr.
one
Chairman,
at a time.
If under your rules, debate had ended anyway, then if there's no motion to suspend the rules to continue debate, I don't even know that we need a motion to call the question.
Okay. All right.
So can I clarify,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chair? You suggested to suspend discussion for another
No,
date?
to continue.
or-
Basically, suspend the
Oh, I
rules
gotcha,
so we
okay.
could, because
No.
basically by Robert's rules, we're supposed to
I
each
need to do
get
that.
2 opportunities to speak, and then we're supposed to
I
vote.
got you, thank you, I apologize.
So if we would like to continue the vote, the discussion, we can do that, but somebody has to make that motion.
No.
So moved, okay.
You want to keep talking about it?
Okay.
I'll
Fair.
I'll second it.
Fair.
Oh, okay, you'll second it. All in favor of suspending the rules to continue so basically here, we're going to say we're going to continue to talk about it, even though and we'll start with clean
slate.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I made a motion to call the question.
Call the question. Yes, you did. That was previous. Is there a second to call the question?
To vote on it.
To vote on it.
I would like to have more discussion.
Okay, so there is not a second. At this point, we have a additional motion and a second to suspend the rules so we can continue the conversation.
Would you please put a time limit on it?
I will definitely put a time limit on it. For an additional, it is for additional 7 minutes, so we will be done at 7:35. There'll be additional 7 minutes of discussion. We have a first and second. Ms. Bowie, would you, so this motion is to continue talking for another 6 minutes and 58 seconds now. You're quick, that's good. We have first and second. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Continue.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
So that passes 6-1. We have a clean slate. And
We just-
I have
Sorry, what order are we going?
I think Mr. McManus had said he wanted. Let's go right, all right, Ms. Walker, you get to speak first.
Okay. I just want to reiterate, as a parent with experience of having kids take AP and 2 kids that were completely different, I would never force a kid to take an exam he was not ready to take. And I think if that's what we're voting on, I think that's completely the wrong thing to do. I don't know what the outcome will be if you force children to take a test they're not ready for. I don't know if you get a 0, but it's possible. And that really has no reflection on how they did in the class. You know, maybe they did better than what they're going to do on the exam. But the point of taking the exam is to hopefully get college credit. You know, I had one kid that did well on that and one that didn't. So I would never have forced any of my kids to take the exam if they weren't ready to do it, whether they got credit or not. And with the double weight, that is something that helps GPAs as well. And it helps them with rigor. So I don't think that reflects necessarily on the teacher, although it could. But I just, you know, it depends on the kid. So.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. McManus.
Thank you. I included, I don't want to make a decision without input from the AP teacher arena. My experience with AP teachers has been outstanding. They are trained well, they know exactly what they're doing, and they challenge kids. But we haven't heard from them. And so I would like, hopefully we table this and then Dr. Faison commute some type of communication with this staff to see what they recommend. It's like doing a calendar. I know it's, you know what, when we meet, but we need to do it. And I hate to speak for the AP. What do they think? What do they recommend? Because it's their program. So.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Yep. Ms. Mason.
Just to reiterate what I had said before, if we have 91% of our kids that are taking it and the smaller percentage that don't take it simply because of the way that the course is framed, and then we also have the numbers that indicate that we do have the 91% of students that are taking it, a lot of them are getting 1s and 2s. Forcing them, I don't see that as an improvement. I think that we need to have expectations. We need to have high expectations for our AP students, and ask that they take the exam. I don't know if I agree with forcing them to.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Ms. Bradford.
Well, I'm going to throw something different in here. And I think, like Mr. McManus, I'd probably like to wait a bit, but I take continuing education every year. And so I am taking education and I am being tested. I don't pass the test, I don't get credit for it. And as someone who can't do names, I promise you, I don't take exams well. And a couple years ago, I missed my opportunity to take it in person or on Zoom, and I had to do it online. And when there's an exam, I'm going to learn more because I know there's an exam. There's an accountability piece to it at the end. If there's no exam, I'm going to learn a little less. And that's just a personal experience. I just wonder if that's in some of the decision-making for the students. I don't know. So I'm going to need more input on it. But it seems like if you're going to get the double weighted, that you ought to take the exam. Just my opinion at this point.
I'm going to use my time here. I think I've heard, a lot of folks say that we need more information. Mr. McManus has said that. Ms. Bradford just said that. I think everybody should have an opportunity to speak, but I think that might be, obviously we don't want 28% of our students to pass any test. That's not so maybe looking at the overall picture, how we can improve that number. Obviously if we're getting a big number of our students getting 1s and 2s and that's not passing, that's not what we want to do. So maybe looking at the whole thing, I think Mr. McManus's idea of, maybe, making, and I don't know, maybe we have a PLC of these teachers, but maybe bringing them together at some point where they can have those discussions. And, again, if we have a teacher, okay, this teacher is phenomenal, maybe they can share, what's that program it's skipping me right now, where the teachers support other teachers and they get.
You said on mentorship?
The tiered thing.
The thing, anyway, I'm sorry.
Emerging leaders?
Yeah.
Emerging leaders?
Emerging leaders.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe something like that where we have, the superstar AP teachers and they can share some insight with other AP teachers and help them, like I say, we want everyone, at the end of the day, the most important thing are the students. So I'm going to be done. So we have only a minute for 52 seconds left.
I'm happy to pull my motion off the floor, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to address the staff, and if the board is willing, for the staff to come back and bring some suggestions that might also include the examination. I do think for the AP test, it is an unbiased way to compare all students, and when you're talking about taking a step back and reevaluating your input of programs and how we do things, I think it is very important to look at those standards, so I still would be in favor of that, but I would like for the staff to potentially bring back suggestions in November, working with our AP teachers as well.
She pulled her motion back. Ms. Grable, you got 1 minute?
I have no minutes left, but all I want to ask is, because it's at 7:35, point of clarification, does the college boards require that students take the test?
No.
Because if the college board doesn't require it, it's not our program, it's their program. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, would you like to make a motion, Ms. Barnhart, about
Bringing it
back?
The part about getting the more information.
Why can't we just do it the agenda review?
I would divert to Mr. Vogel to see if we need a motion on the floor, or if it's a consensus of the board, if it's something that can be brought back.
Well, you can move to postpone the motion indefinitely.
She pulled it.
But it definitely makes it die, does it not?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what is the purpose? If we're not considering your motion, what are you hoping?
She wants to talk about it in their meeting.
I would like, if it's the will of the board, to direct the staff to come back with some suggestions and solutions to improve our AP program. What that looks like, I am not putting a whole bunch of bounds and standards on, but I think that we can do better. And what I would like for us to come back with is maybe sometime in November. I think that's a realistic turnaround time to evaluate and come up with some strategies and suggestions. So if I need to put that into a motion, I'm happy to put a motion to vote. Okay. I make a motion to direct the superintendent and staff to collaborate with our AP teachers and district level support staff to come up with ways to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our AP program, to come back in the November board meeting to share out some ideas that potentially will be voted on.
I'll second that.
First and second. Any discussion on that, Ms. Craybill?
I would like for us to, and I can make a motion on top of her motion, but I would like for us to just treat this as any other board topic where we send them to you and the superintendent to put them on the next agenda so that his staff can evaluate the program. I mean, we don't have to tell them, go find ways to improve. Let them decide where we need to improve, because not all AP courses are created equal. You know, AP Lang and AP World History, or AP Human Geography, or AP, all that stuff, they're taught differently. And so there is no carte blanche answer on how to improve every AP class. So I would like to, tell me if I'm allowed, to amend that motion to, let's put it on, like I said in the very beginning of the meeting, let's put it on for September and talk about the program. Let us hear what the program is, and then they can evaluate if the program is not good. So I would like to make that motion amendment.
Okay, can you?
Yes, to amend the motion to put this on the September agenda as we would normally do.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Ms. Walker?
Anytime we can have more information is better. Like I said, there are varying degrees of understanding of what AP is, and I feel like the more information we have, the better. I'm all for improvement. That's not the problem. I think the misconception that we're having here potentially is that the AP exam itself is whether or not someone's going to get college credit, and that depends on the college that you're applying to. But that doesn't mean that the class is not worth taking. It doesn't mean they get an exam for that class too, and they have to pass it. So I think if we can come back together in September and we can talk about it and get the information we need, we'll have a lot more understanding of really what direction we want to go in if we're talking about improvement. Because without that, we're just sitting here voting on things we don't fully understand. So,
Bradford?
I like the idea of having the staff to bring us some suggestions, so I will vote for that.
For the amendment? No.
Actually, for the
first
original
one.
motion.
Okay. Ms. Mason?
I would like more information about, because Ms. Walker did mention those are the tests, those are just those test scores. I want to know the pass-fail rate of our AP courses, because I think that would be really good information for all of us to have. So I have to say that I want more information before improvements are made.
Anyone else? Oh, Dr. Faust.
Can I?
Yes.
I'm not part of, I'm the secretary, but can we also throw in Cape Fear Community College? If we're gonna examine, we have students who go there and they fail the course. We pay for it. And so my recommendation would be, and this is what happens. A student goes, and what parents don't actually realize is that as soon as you take a college course, it starts your transcript, whether you like it or not. And so a student goes over there and they make a C, or they make 4 Cs. That's put them at a 2.0. So then when they go to enroll in college, it knocks them out of the running for certain scholarships and sometimes for financial aid. So what I propose is that we take a hard look at it. Well, I'll say what we found out is that we don't have an MOU that examines that. And so when I had them pull it, we couldn't find it. And we pay for Fs. And so kids go and they flunk the class and they flunk the class and they flunk it again, and we put them back in and they flunk. And I said, what are you talking about? They make a D, we put them back in. They make another D, we put them back in. They make another D, we put them back in. So if we're looking at fidelity and transparency, we have to look at AP, we need to look at Cape Fear Community College, and we need to bring back so that we can have a true, because I'll be honest with you, AP, you don't have to take it. You don't have to take classes at CFCC. But what you do have to do is, and we as stewards of the education, we do have to help parents guide through. And if a kid is making a C or a D in a college course, maybe they shouldn't take it. They probably shouldn't. I mean, it's okay for them not to, but we shouldn't take a a college course at Cape Fear if the student is making a C. And so we're talking about putting parameters in, so you should be taking A's or B's at a college course. And that's coming from the parent side and coming from the superintendent side because we pay for it. And we're looking at the amount of money that we pay because, again, we pay for it. They make an F, we have to pay for that course. It's free for the kid, but it costs the district. So we'll be looking at that. And so they're working on the MOU because to my understanding, it was an under the table handshake and never put in writing. But I'll take it. I
You're a big boy.
in following the rules. And I said, where's the paperwork? There's no paperwork. And so that's what we will have to do that one. IB has a rollout. We actually have things that are in place for IB. I'm a certified IB principal. So I don't like to get involved on the principal side of it, but I will not micromanage that as they look at me. I will give that over to them, but their certification that the principal has to take. We have to have someone at the district level to oversee it. We actually will be working on those things, but we have to do what's right by kids and what's right by parents and making sure that when we send kids off in these courses, that we aren't negatively affecting them. And I know there will be people listening. I get it. I understand. And we're also going to be looking at UNCW. So Isaac Bayer, we will be looking at how they enroll in the courses there. We have kids who take, the goal is, I wrote my dissertation on this so I can actually go back and forth with anyone who's here to talk about IB, the middle early college. But the premise is the learn earn degree. So what they're supposed to do is to get an associate's degree or up to 2 years. And so those 2 years meaning that you go in and you have all of your basic courses taken so that when you go, because we pay for that. Again, we pay for those things, so the state pays for it. But if you're taking classes, and I'll just say, if you're taking basket weaving at the university level, we shouldn't be paying for that. We shouldn't. So we need to align to make sure that when students are, and they're 16-year-olds, they're 17-year-olds, they may not know what to take, but we shouldn't give them just a whole plethora to run everything. We have to, as we have pathways for our CTE programs, we need to not just box them in, but remember saying that, okay, you need your math, you need your science, you need your social sciences. Those are the ones that you need. You need your Englishes when you're going. And that's what the real understanding for early college is to get them 2 years. And so when they get into college, those courses are accepted and that parents aren't having to pay for an additional 3 years so that they go in as a sophomore. That's what the premise is. That's under the learn earn degree. If you want to take it, and I will be more than happy to help defend it. Okay.
So can I repeat my motion? The motion that I put forth was that we put this on the agenda in September and allow Dr. Faust, or if that's not enough time, in October, when Dr. Faust and his team are ready to present us all of these advanced learning options.
So, can I?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, let him answer.
In October, we will be bringing forth all of our unembargoed test scores. So we'll be doing academics for the strategic plan. So we could definitely fold all of this information in, and it will give us time to unpack. We will have an MOU from CFCC. We will have updated MOUs from UNCW at that time to help you understand what's going on in our schools so that, again, but we don't want to rush it so that we don't have all the information that you're needing. And that way we should be able to answer all of your questions.
Well, my motion initially said November timeframe, so it got amended to September. So I'm happy to amend my motion to be October if that's what you're suggesting is a feasible timeline. The premise of this was, like I said, to my fellow board members, the more questions that I asked, the more questions that I had about different things. And so when you're coming together to brainstorm solutions, it's not just going to be an easy fix, and I understand that. But if we're saying that this is an initiative that we want, the board wants to ensure that our staff is looking into so that we can have better programs. That is the intent behind the goal of the conversation for this evening. So I'm happy to amend my motion to be October if
Well,
that is.
actually, we have to deal with her amendment first.
Okay.
And then
All
we
right,
can
so
come
I'm
back
going to amend my amendment to October.
Can we amend?
No, I'm changing the, not September, the same motion, date different, October, when Dr. Faust suggests that they could be ready.
I think it's fine. Her motion is to amend the main motion, which was still pending.
Okay, so the amendment is to,
She withdrew her motion.
No, I think that was a prior motion.
I think she came back with it. Okay.
I didn't hear November, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I'm
Was there
sorry,
original
yes, Ms.
motion
Walker.
for, did Ms. Barnhart's original motion have November? Because I didn't hear November.
Her original motion had November, Ms. Craybill said September.
Okay, I didn't hear that,
And
I
now I think
apologize.
we're at October, so ding, ding, ding.
The original and the amendment, please.
Well, let's start with the amendment.
The amendment
That's the first thing we have to deal with.
to put on the October agenda, board agenda, a discussion of these higher level learning opportunities.
Okay. And you had seconded that.
I did, I mean, obviously, she originally put it, but I mean, I think the more time the better. So,
Okay.
October, if that's what we're going to vote on, I guess I'll keep that. But I mean, if November happens, I'm okay with that too. The more time the better, I think.
But that's what Dr. Faust suggested, so
I
that's why
know,
we're
I know.
All right. Is there any discussion, any further discussion about the amendment? If not, yeah, I know, I'm confused too.
Okay, I am confused.
okay.
How does the amendment differ from the original motion?
Just the month.
Her original month.
That's it. The only
yeah,
difference
at this
is the
point.
month, right?
At this point.
If I recall, the motion that you made, Ms. Barnhart, was to direct Dr. Faust to do something. And my motion was to ask for this to be on the agenda so that Dr. Faust and his staff could bring us a presentation like in new business or information. That to me is the main difference. I'm not asking to direct, I'm asking for information.
Okay, yeah.
All right, Ms. Bowie, would you please, again, so now we're voting on the amendment. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Restate the amendment.
Okay.
Just for the rest of the people down there, might not get it.
Are you for real? You want me to say it again?
Yeah.
My amendment is to ask for this to be on the October agenda. Dr. Faust and his team will bring to us information on higher level learning opportunities and grading systems for our school district.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
No.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
and Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
Passes 6-1. Now, I guess in this whole thing, we still have to go back to the original motion.
Not because she amended it. So, she amended it, it passed, it's good.
I don't think so.
So now it's a vote on the main motion as amended,
As amended. So the main motion as amended.
which is really the same.
Which is the same thing.
So basically, but we'll do it just so we do it right. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Just vote the same way.
Probably. But you never know. I'm doing it the right way.
Okay, Ms. McManus,
Yes.
Yes.
Hush, hush, hush. Yes, if I understand it correctly.
Ms.
Having
Mason,
fun.
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
and Ms. Walker.
Yes.
See, that's why I did it, because it changed. 7-0, that passes. We are done with that conversation, so let's carry on to our old business. But I'm going to ask Dr. Faust to share something with the board before we start that conversation. If you would, please, Dr. Faust. Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir.
So, 2
years ago, when we were doing some training with our senior leadership team to bring them together and learn different personalities, we chose Center for Creative Leadership to come in and do training for us. They did a battery of tests for us. We learned how to work together, what it looked like to understand differences, why individuals thought a certain way, why they didn't think a certain way. I'm not necessarily why they didn't think a certain, but why they thought a certain way. And it helped us to understand that when we are in our meetings and discussions are going on, and individuals need to, some, for instance, may need more information, some may not need as much information, some are like, I'm still don't understand, and how we learn to communicate with one another. And then we did a couple teamwork exercises that also helped us. We then put a group of principals through the same training, and everyone came out with just an overwhelming, this was so beneficial. I want to say that the communications team also went through it. The time the chief of communications decided to take some professional development money for his team and take them through it. So I say all that to say, I want to provide the training for from Center of Creative Leadership to the board. So the board will take the same series, it's like battery of tests that they will do, and they'll give them to you. It's like the NSJT. You'll learn all those acronyms, and it'll define it helps you define who you are, why you think the way you think, your belief, your understanding of certain things. And but I think it's beneficial to do it together. It may not change your mind or anything, but it'll help you understand why. So the goal is getting to the why. And then it does personal coaching just for you, individual. It doesn't go anywhere but between you and the coach. And it doesn't go, I mean, literally you get like 3 sessions of coaching, and they will do it for you. I have not reached out to them, but I do have the contact. But I would want to offer that in the professional development for the board to do the Center for Creative Leadership training.
And if I could piggyback on that, and I'll let others talk. But I think that, that we were talking about where do we want to start. And when Dr. Faust mentioned this to me, I've not been through it, but it sounds like probably a very good place for the board as a whole to start. And then we can go through other things, and maybe, we'll be working together even better as a board so that we can come through and, instead of saying, all right, I'm going to do this one, I'm going to do this one, this is something maybe we can do all together. So I'm just want to throw that out there. Ms. Crable, this is your conversation,
so I'm not going to talk very long, and then I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to add, so just jump in when after I get done. So what I put at your desks, and my whole purpose of talking about this, so that we could kickstart ourselves into getting some training. And so if you look on the thank you, Ms. Bowie. If you see up there on the very top yellow where it says custom training by the NCSBA, we had something similar when we first started called Master Board Leadership Training. This is taking it to another level. So that is what I have been suggesting all along. So I'm glad that we have Dr. Faust kicking in on that. Of course, we can have a conversation. What this list is so that we all know clearly what is out there. And we can choose to take classes that we want. We can choose to go to seminars that we want. But the main things that I wanted for us to consider and actually do is take some of the courses that and workshops or training sessions that our staff took that we have questions about, and or that are apropos to what is going on in our district. So the community resiliency model, where we talk about ACEs and where we talk about trauma-informed learning, that is all being talked about in the task force. Where we take darkness to light, stewards of the children, where that the carousel offers, but that our faculty and staff can also teach, where we learn about how to identify sexual predators and misconduct, in our schools. Churches all have to take that. Every one of our staff has to take that. So why wouldn't we want to take that? We just heard last month from the Carousel Center that we have a substantial, I think all of our schools have taken that, and we would be the first school district in the state if the board also took it. So we don't take stuff for accolades, but it would just be another thing that we can do and add to our credit. So that's all that this is. We had talked about book studies. We've talked about, learning, about poverty. A lot of that can be covered in the community resilience, mental health first aid. So that's all that I wanted. So the only motion that I would like to make is that we commit to taking training together. And I think I said last time was once a quarter. But if once a quarter is too much, then twice a year. I am completely open to that. And I also wanted to see if we wanted to get a subscription for $1,500 to the NCSBA, where all of their online training is available to all of us at any time, any number of times, in case we need refreshers or we want to go back and refer to things. So those are the only two things that I see as coming out of this. And this is just, you can see one of your pieces of paper, and I'm happy to send you the email that I got from Ramona Powers, where it talks about the training opportunities from NCSBA and COSPA. It talks about what the video subscription service is right now and what is available coming up. And I'm happy to, try and continue to get the information from the Carolina Leadership Network. They don't have anything posted except for one class in September, which the date still hasn't been confirmed, unless it has, because she told us that the original date hadn't been confirmed, that she was thinking of a different date, and that they were talking about November as well.
Ms. Mason?
There was, I went on today because I knew we were going to be discussing this. There are two listed on their website for.
September 17th, 18th?
No.
Okay, different ones.
Different one. It is September 27th in Raleigh or Thursday, September 28th in Columbia, South Carolina.
Okay.
And both of those are accessible via Zoom. And they posted, that was.
All right, so I'll update the spreadsheet and put that on there so we do have dates. But because she had mentioned that to us, that the original dates weren't accurate. So that's all that this is for. We're all responsible for our own training and getting 12 hours of credit every 2 years. We're all responsible for that. So that's what this whole discussion was intended. So I would like to make a motion that, I have two motions. One, that we pursue the training from the Career Center for Creative Differences for the whole board so that we together collectively can get better.
Center for Creative Leadership?
Correct. Center for Creative Leadership. Yeah, I said creative differences, but creative leadership.
Okay.
So that is a motion.
We just need a second first. I'll second that.
Thank you.
Do we have a first and second? Now we
I
have
think Ms.
questions.
Walker wanted to talk about that, didn't you?
There will be more added to this, because right now there are only 3 left that we could possibly, 31st of August, September 6th, 8th, and then September 17th.
Which ones? Those ones from the lead?
Yeah.
Those are new to the spreadsheet because we got an email from the NCSBA about that. And this happens quarterly in the region. And so if you click, I didn't want to take up too much space across, but if these are the dates are available and we can go to any one of them, even if they're not in our district. Our district one is August the 15th. So we obviously can't go to that one because we've got policy and we've got town hall. No, these are ones that they decided not to Zoom. They did Zoom during COVID, and we did, a lot of us attend those, but they're trying to get back to in-person. But they're, the one that's not in our district, that I think it's on the 14th, that's in Jacksonville. So there are ones that are close.
Okay, so we have a first and second about Center for Creative Leadership. Is there any further discussion about that? Walker?
Maybe I should know, but is it on the sheet?
He just mentioned it right now.
Oh, you're talking about the one Dr. Faust mentioned.
On here, it says master board training.
Okay.
But he is trumping me and having a better, a more suitable perhaps training for us that he's offering to pay for. So yay, defer to his knowledge and his dissertation.
Can I finish my? my
So
statement.
that's what my motion is, because I think it's a good class.
Okay, so to Dr. Faust, because it sounds a little bit like what I did with Advanced Leadership Corps, I think
Yes.
is super important. I mean, y'all might not know it yet, but this, learning more about yourselves as leaders is very important. And I learned so much about my week in ALC training. I learned so much about my personality, about my style. And the more we know about each other's style, I think communication will improve. So I mean, I'm definitely for that, if that is the kind of training that we're trying to do to improve our own personal kind of leadership styles. So if that's the motion, I'm down for that.
I could have told you about
Oh, you don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about my
May I
personality.
just ask a point of clarification? It was my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that Miss Bowie would be the one keeping track of our training. And so I just want, for everybody's on the same page, is it we're supposed to submit to you the trainings or Miss Bowie? Because that was my understanding, that was part of her role. And when we do trainings, that she would be the one to handle those. And so I want to make sure we're on the same page of expectation.
No, that's absolutely correct, is I just put together a list for us to do. We call Crystal, and she sets us up.
So she's the one that we talk to about the trainings.
About the ones you want to go
Okay,
to.
thank
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, we have, I'm sorry, I saw a hand up.
I'll just throw
1
a
second.
little monkey out there. Less than a month ago, we had a suggestion of training, and we couldn't vote on it because no one knew anything about it. And tonight, we have a suggestion of training. Granted, it's coming from our superintendent, but we're going to vote on it wholeheartedly without knowing anything about it. I just find that extremely ironic.
Okay, Ms. Bradford, any other discussion? I'm sorry, I should have said that. Yes, you are, that's right. Ms. Bowie, I got the wrong B again. I'll get it right one of these days. Would you please call the roll, please? Again, this motion is to set up a training for us through the Center for Creative Leadership.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Take a leap of faith. Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Mr. McManus.
Passes 7-0. Very good, thank you.
And so the next motion is that we purchase the video subscription from the NCSBA for $1,500 a year, and you have in front of you all the trainings, and those are board-approved, policy-approved, state-approved trainings.
We have a motion, is there a second? Again, to spend the $1,500 for the NCSBA video subscription service. Oh, and we also have to figure out where we're going to move the money from in our budget.
Right.
We hear any? There's not a second. Motion is defeated. Okay, thank you very much. We will carry on with our committee reports. Head Start, I believe that is Ms. Barnhart, with the right B this time.
Yes, and I was not able to meet with them this last meeting, so I'm just kind of recapping. I'm sorry, I'm looking it up. They did receive the notice of the competitive status letter from the Office of Head Start, and I missed that one. I feel like this was the same highlight I shared out last month, but field day, end of year, health and wellness. We're again serving 260 students. I did reach out to Ms. Miles about the extra support. I know Ms. Bradford mentioned that, but I do not have a full list of those, but we will work on that and maybe get that for the next meeting, so I apologize about that. Okay, so that is the same, okay. So that's fine.
That's the end of your
That
report?
is the same one, yep.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to our next B, Agenda Review Ad Hoc. Ms. Bradford.
Ad hoc. We are not completely finished, but we're certainly petering out. We were charged with understanding the way our meetings go with the agenda briefings, We found out that the county has 2 agenda briefings and 2 board meetings. We found out that the city has 2 agenda briefings and 2 board meetings, which was a shocker. And they all said pretty much the same thing. You can't do without it. You absolutely have to have it. It works. It irons out some of the kinks. And so while this process has been slightly frustrating, because basically we haven't been doing it the way they do it, the way I had hoped when it started. And so I'd like to let us talk to a few more people. But the general consensus from everybody we've talked to, from town level to county, city, is just that you need the agenda briefing. You can tweak it. You can have your staff presentations that don't need a vote. You can have them in the agenda briefing meeting. And we could even have recognitions, if it's possible, done then. It just depends. We can tweak it out and work with the staff to come up with a constructive list, but we're not quite ready to give that to you because we still want to talk to a few more people.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you ever plan on having a meeting where all 3 of you on the team?
Do.
Okay, is there a date set so that we can watch?
No, because we haven't reached the people. It's still vacation time for a lot of people, and we haven't reached all the people we want to talk to. So until we've accomplished that, we can't actually schedule our meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to curriculum committee.
That would be me.
That'd also be.
On August 16th, which is a Wednesday, we're going to have the 4 C's: coffee, curriculum, collaboration, and conversation. For elementary and middle schools, reading curriculum, Zello, Family Life, curriculum specialist there, Parents Academy, free and reduced lunch information. Going to be at 3 different schools at 3 different times. Roland Grice, Murray Middle, Ogden. And the cool part about it is we have some bait to attract parents and students to come, in that the school that turns out the most participants will get a catered lunch for their school at a later time for the teachers. So we're hoping we have an enormous turnout where parents can come and see the curriculum and learn about other things that they need, that they maybe even don't know they want to learn about. But definitely it's going to talk about the free and reduced lunch. We've had some questions about the lunch situation and the collection lately, so this is just perfect timing. That's it.
All right.
Can I ask another question?
Another question?
So
from
is
Mr.
this is different than the Parent Academy meetings that are being offered on August the 7th and the 9th at 3 different locations?
That's correct.
Okay.
Carrying on, I serve on the Allegiant Stadium Commission, but I'd rather hear from Ms. Walker, so Ms. Walker.
I'll do the best I can here. So we had a very robust discussion of the commission meeting regarding New Hanover High School and how they do their concessions. The city had questions from us about maybe some of our other schools and how they do concessions. And we talked about how, and I want to say here, I appreciate Ms. Crable because I know she knows a ton about booster clubs, and that was really our conversation. And so I had a really good conversation with her afterwards so she could help me understand. So I could do commission work better, definitely, on, the questions that the city had. We got information through our athletic director, and there was a list of questions that the city asked for. I think what we as a commission kind of thought about was the breakdown on and the kind of how am I explaining this? So the high schools, and Ms. Crable might do definitely better than I am on here, but what we learned was that 3 of the high schools have booster clubs. But Hanover is a little bit different, and they don't have an overarching booster club. They're kind of more fragmented. And when it comes to concession sales, the rules are different at Legion because they oversee the whole process. So they don't get as much. And I think the city was kind of struggling with how do we help improve that for New Hanover High School. A lot of their sports have maybe a booster club, but not all of them do. And therefore, with these bigger booster clubs, and I would like to hear from Ms. Crable on this, they basically have I want her to explain it, if you don't mind.
They have each of their sports, each of their teams has their own parent group.
Right.
And at Hanover. They do not have one over, they do have a booster club, a 501c3, but it's only for football.
Right.
It doesn't include all the other sports. And all the other traditional high schools have an overarching booster club that all sports benefit from. And the fundraising goes through the booster club, and teams can do their individual booster club, or their individual fundraising. But when you have a unified group, your sponsorships improve, and your parent involvement improves. And one of the biggest things about concessions, which is really the very smallest fundraising tool that the athletic boosters have, is you got to have parents that will run the concessions for that. And that's where some of our schools are all struggling with parent volunteers. And you don't want your football parents volunteering at a football game, because then they can't watch their kid play. And that kind of, negates the whole reason for you going to their game. But there's a lot of little nuances that can easily be worked on with that. And New Hanover High School is very committed, to doing that.
Well, and that's the challenge they had was the volunteers to run them. But I think the thought process is, because there is no central kind of booster club, some of the sports suffer for it. And so I don't know what we kind of decided on for the end result. I think we were information gathering at that time. But I think that maybe as a board, we can come up with something that might help them. We can't, obviously, as a board, run a booster club because it's a separate entity and the financials are all separate. But we can certainly have discussions with the athletic director out there. Maybe he's got some ideas. And I know some of the funds, we learned the funds go straight to the school, but we don't know how it's dispersed beyond that. So I would like to figure out how we can have some conversations with them to improve the athletics at New Hanover.
I agree, and I think, one thing was, like you say, 30% of the concessions went there, but we don't know exactly where they go when they go there, and then 12%. And, Ms. Crable's point, I think it's very true, too, that, if you go to, I'm most familiar, I'll say with Laney, in their football concessions, they maybe have their soccer team in there, or the basketball team or something, and it would just be great if we could get New Hanover to follow that model so that, you'd have somebody there, because I think that was the biggest thing they were saying, is that they were having to go out to other groups outside of the athletic, whether it be church groups or other groups, to do concessions because they weren't able to do it. And I think I actually brought up the possibility of, reaching out to other groups within New Hanover, like maybe the French club or Spanish club or something along those lines, and give them an opportunity if the athletic groups are not interested in doing it for whatever reason.
And I would definitely encourage you guys to talk to Coach Sampson. He's the athletic director at New Hanover High School, and he knows where the money goes to, and how it is allocated to all of his sports teams. So that would.
I think it is.
Hey, Eddie.
Hey, thank you. The biggest takeaway I got from the meeting is there is a lot of opportunity and not very much understanding of the potential profit that could be made in the process. I am going to be reaching out I'm going to schedule a meeting with Mr. Sampson and Mr. Sutton, and we're going to have those discussions. And I agree 100%. If we're having trouble getting parents of football players to run the concessions, I totally get it. But why couldn't the basketball team run it? They have the opportunity at Legion Stadium, and I'm not Buck Hardy Field because New Hanover runs the concessions for Buck Hardy Field already, but they have the opportunity to make as much, if not more, than the other three traditional high schools at Legion Stadium. And I'll find out that there's a 30% of the net profit goes, that's a check written to New Hanover High School. And then there's 12% of gross sales that go to the organization that runs the concessions. So, little work to be done, but like I said at the beginning, big takeaway is there's a lot of opportunity here, and I just think we need a better understanding of the process. So we're going to make that happen.
Good, thank you.
I say I agree with Eddie.
I just want to make sure we're not, I mean, I want to make sure that New Hanover High School is getting supported, but if the board's coming in saying that they have to, I just want us to caution that. So I love, Eddie, that you said you set up a meeting to kind of help collaborate that and facilitate that conversation.
Well, I think as commission members, I think that's okay for us to have conversations too. I'm not going to direct any staff to do anything, but I definitely agree with Eddie on that. I think we did have, that was one of the big takeaways. And I don't know, Ms. Crable probably can speak to this better, but I know how much money booster clubs can make for their schools and their sports and their athletes. And I think if we can do something to help New Hanover High School, then we definitely should. So I'm looking forward to that. Do you have a timeline on that, Eddie? Do you feel like maybe you can contact Mr. Wildebourne when you get information, or?
It'll happen within a week, because my goal is to have these conversations and try to get some information. They already have their football schedule, so they know what games they're going to be playing and when they're going to be playing. So they need to be looking and setting up these groups now. So, you know, the city isn't calling over there a week or two before a game and asking, do you have anyone? And the answer is no. So we're gonna have those conversations now, since we've got school starting and football season starting.
Okay, awesome. So we'll just give an update the next commission meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any correspondence, board members? Ms. Crable.
But you can go first, Josie.
Well, I was going to say, Ms. Crable and I had the opportunity to go and volunteer at the Back to School Bash for the Foster Pantry. And so I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for reaching out. And I appreciated serving alongside my colleague and supporting our students. There was, how many did you say, over 125 that came through?
There was 125 that registered, but 140 came.
So they got backpacks and school supplies and books and food, and there was raffles, and it was just a really fun time.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for serving there.
My correspondence is, I just wanted to reiterate again, for any teachers who are listening, the Summer Institute that happened in June at the end of school, where it was peer-led classes, were amazing. And the teachers got to highlight their best practices, and I was happy to be able to attend those classes. The leadership retreat was also very good. Thank you to everybody sitting, over there, and all of their staffs that, and again, more teachers, in there who put those together. The sessions were all very enlightening and encouraging, and it's nice to know that we are on the same page. And I'm looking forward to reading the book that the district will be reading. Finally, I wanted to just thank all of the people who over the past, several weeks have reached out to us with their thoughts on books in our schools, that I wanted them to rest assured that at least and I don't know, I can't attest to what my other board members, colleagues are doing, but I've read all your correspondence, and I have not been able to necessarily respond to everybody, but I will over the course of the next couple days. But just, thank you, parents and community, for being engaged enough in the education process to write us in the first place, no matter what the topic is. We do appreciate hearing from you, and I appreciate that there haven't been too many really ugly grams. We have been in the past gotten a lot of really ugly emails, and these ones have all been very professionally written for the most part, with very good, insightful things. So thank you for that.
All right, anybody else? No? All right, quickly, we have some announcements. The policy committee will be meeting on Tuesday, April 15th at 10 a.m. at the Board of Education Center. The general public will have an option to view remotely on NHCS.
Mr. Chair, do you mean August 15th?
What did I say?
April.
Well, they probably will be in April too, but definitely August 15th. I do apologize. Tuesday, August 15th at 10 a.m. at the Board of Education Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely on NHCS TV, YouTube. The Board of Education will hold a town hall, as I mentioned before, Tuesday, April 15th also. April, I said it again. August. I sure did. August. I like April. August 15th. So I'll start again. The Board of Education will hold a town hall on Tuesday, August 15th at 5 p.m. The general public will have an option to view remotely, and again, there will be more information coming out about that. The Board of Education will hold an agenda review meeting on Wednesday, August 30th at 2 p.m. at the New Hanover, at the Board of Education Center. General public will also have the option to review remotely on NHCS TV, YouTube, and then the September regular Board of Education meeting will be held on Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, 5 p.m. at the Board of Education Center. The general public will have an option to view remotely on the NHCS TV YouTube. At this point, we will have a closed session, so I will call for a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 11, 1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters and maintain confidentiality of personnel records under North Carolina General Statute 115C 319 through 321 to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Education Acts and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C. 1232G and consult with attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. We are in closed session. Board
should
members, we'll
actually
give you a
memorize
5-minute
that.
break. Sorry?
I said you should memorize that.
I do. I'm gonna get a tattoo there someday. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
First and second, any discussion? If not, all in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you for a long day. It didn't seem to be good.
Thank you for a long day.